she asked me, so how I was doing my daughter, and I said, she's a star.
At the end of fifth grade, French immersion students take a 4-part proficiency exam.
It's like a beginner, advanced beginner type test that we have to write and we have to speak it with, it's like one-on-one with someone who administers the test.
And when the DELF results came back, that je ne sais quoi Miss Sophie observed in Reese came to light.
I was, excited to see that everybody passed. So, but after looking really deeply into, the results, like I've seen, with 99.5, like, is it real?
Reese's score, near perfect, and the highest score in Louisiana this year.
So for that, it was an emotional moment just because I know how hard she works and what she does behind the scenes. She's a very humble kid, and to see her receive the accolade and really get the award was just, it was awesome. It was an amazing feeling.
And the best in French goes to Reese Butler.
We were so ecstatic. We were jumping up and down, not only to find out that the class scored the highest in Louisiana, like our school scored the highest, ranked the highest within their scores.
To put things into perspective, Miss Sophie says Reese's level of French fluency is on par with students her age in France.
I can speak it to a certain level. So I think I would be able to communicate and learn the material as some native sixth graders, or I could go and like understand it as well as they do. So it wouldn't be like something new with like, I'm going to school in France.
There are no plans to move to France at this point. A visit could be in the future. Right now, though, her parents are just thrilled the Heinz French immersion program has paid off. Reporting in Lakeview, Kelsey Davis, Fox 8, Local First.
Reese's mother tells us the incoming sixth graders also interested in journalism and political science.
First of all, Reese, and thank you for your gift. And I want to thank the family for sharing their gift. But what folk don't know is that Reese comes from one of the most solid families in this community. That's not to discount other families, but Ms. Butler, there's a level of expectation for the children. There's a level of expectation for civic involvement. Reese was in her family. Reese was one of the people who helped me. So we're not surprised. I was telling someone earlier that, we got to try to figure out what planet exceptional kids are from. But she's from the planet of y'all family, where it's expected to contribute, it's expected to be excellent, and it's expected to be exemplary. As we close out this program, Ms. Butler, anything you or the teacher want to share?
I just want to say that that planet is the village that we have.
Yes.
We have both sets of grandparents here, my husband here, all sitting in the audience, and it really does truly take a village. We can't do it on our own. We're very appreciative of the support that they provide us because we do work, so we can't be at everything, but both of our children understand that excellence is what we expect, and if we don't hit excellence, we're going to hit good, and that's okay. But we work hard and we do everything that we need to do to make sure that we at least make some type of commitment and we achieve some sort of success. We're appreciative to Heinz. We're appreciative to the French immersion program and the teachers there. They're phenomenal. They do an excellent job helping the kids. I mean, if they're in school for 8 hours, 6 to 7 hours is in French. Struggling in math and English is a challenge, so to see them really work with the kids, really wrap their arms around them. The administration there at Heinz is great as well. And you guys know some of the kids have gone there before. So it's just a testament to the village. So we're very appreciative. Thank you for the honor. And Reese can probably say something in French for you.
Yeah, I want the teacher, any expectations for Reese as you chart out her future and success?
When I send the video, the interview to my family, they said she can speak better than a native kid in Belgium or in France. So that was a huge compliment.
Thank you. Reese, close us out in French.
Merci avec l'opportunité d'être là aujourd'hui et merci au monsieur Thomas et tous les autres membres du Cité de la Nouvelle-Orléans pour me donner cette récompense.
Hallelujah. Reese. If the family could come down, Lloyd, bring your family. We want to take pictures right here with Reese, please.
Council members, we're about to do roll call. Councilmember Thomas. Councilmember Green. Councilmember Morrell.
Here.
Councilmember Moreno. Councilmember King. Councilmember Harris. Councilmember Jeruso.
Here.
We have 5 members. We have a quorum. Our second order of business is a presentation, Sidney
Okay,
Cates
all right.
III and the NOPD Interim Superintendent Michelle Woodfork, honoring Sidney Cates III for his outstanding services to the New Orleans Police Department and the City of New Orleans. Mr. Cates served our city in various capacities over the years with the Bureau of Services, Motor Maintenance, Juvenile Bureau, Supervisor of the Vice Squad, and Supervisor Commander of the 3rd and 5th District.
Guys, if you guys come to the table, please. Chief Woodfork, Mr. Cates. Judge Cates. This recognition of Sidney Cates is long past due. And as we honor former Deputy Chief Cates for his work with the NOPD, but it was also in housing, civic participation, and giving back. Chief Woodfork, what I'm going to do before we do the formal commendation is actually, as an NOPD historian and someone whose family is closely linked to Chief Cates, is turn it over to you. Chief Woodfork.
Good morning, everyone.
Good morning.
I'm honored to be here with New Orleans Police Chief, retired Deputy Chief Sidney Cates III, and acknowledge his years of dedication and commemorable service to his country and to the New Orleans Police Department and to the citizens of New Orleans. Deputy Chief Cates joined the New Orleans Police Department on February 29th, 1955. Throughout his career, he held many positions at which he excelled, including commander of the 3rd and 5th districts, Deputy Chief Cates proved to be a great value to the department and a great leader. He was instrumental in the formation of the Community Relations Division, which obtained prominence as a result of his leadership as commander. Due to his excellent leadership skills and abilities, Deputy Chief Cates excelled through the ranks of the department and was promoted to the rank of lieutenant and captain, becoming the first Black man to serve at both on the New Orleans Police Department. On August 25th, 1970, he was promoted to Deputy Chief of Administration, the third highest position in the New Orleans Police Department, and again, the first Black man to do it. And on February 1st, 1972, he retired from the department to continue to serve in another position in city government. It has been said that real service, to give real service, you must add something which cannot be bought or measured with money, and that is sincerity and integrity. I want you to know that my family and I are personally grateful for your service and for making it possible for other Black officers to ascend to the rank of Deputy Chief and Superintendent. I understand and acknowledge the former Superintendent Warren G. Woodfork Sr., all of the other former Black deputy superintendents, captains, lieutenants, sergeants, officers, and I, the current superintendent of the New Orleans Police Department, stand on your shoulders. On behalf of the men and women of the New Orleans Police Department, thank you, Chief Cates, for your service, commitment, and your contribution to the New Orleans Police Department and the citizens of New Orleans. You're welcome. It is very personal for me, because without this man, we all couldn't have ascended to any of the ranks. So it was real important that I be here this morning and honor him. And we also have the New Orleans Police Department Superintendent's Coin Service of Excellence Award, and it's dated July 27th, 2023. Deputy Superintendent Sidney H. Cates III. On behalf of the members of the New Orleans Police Department, it is a true privilege to extend to you our sincere thanks and appreciation for over 17 years of selfless dedication and commitment to the New Orleans Police Department. On February 29th, 1955, you joined the New Orleans Police Department and rose through the ranks of lieutenant and captain. In August of 1970, Superintendent Clarence B. Geruso, which of course,
we talked.
it's all full circle here,
Right.
appointed you to the rank of Deputy Superintendent, embarking on a journey to make history as the first African-American to serve in that position. When you retired in 1972, you remained a pillar of strength to members of the community and the New Orleans Police Department. Therefore, please accept with my respectful regards the Superintendent's Coin and recognition of your distinguished service and contribution. Thank you for assisting this agency with such professional excellence, and I wish you the best in all your future endeavors. Thank you.
Judge Cates.
As you all heard, good morning, everyone.
Good morning.
And I want to personally thank the chief and Councilman Thomas, Councilperson Morrell, Councilperson Geruso. As I look around the room, I mention you all because I know we've got generations of public service and particularly law enforcement experience in the room. My father's career ended on the police department in 1972, but to be recognized for that 50 years ago, 50 years later, is a tremendous honor for my father and for the family. Thank you all for taking time out to do this.
Councilmember Geruso.
I say frequently, we're not a city, we're a community.
Yeah.
And when chief is sitting here, both the chiefs and judge, it it reminds me that, it's still strange for me because I feel like I belong on the other side of the dais and not sitting up here. And I remember my grandfather in particular talking about Chief Cates. I think he's the one who promoted him to captain, but my uncle is the one who promoted him to be that chief position. Of course, JP and I are fighting because he's married to Clarence's granddaughter about all of the people who are involved. And Chief, I think we talk so many times about what's good in this community and first, but I think Chief, you said it today about we need people to break down barriers or to open doors for us to be successful. And so Chief Cates, I just want to say thank you so much for your hard work, for your dedication, for your family, and for everything you've done for this community.
Yes.
Thank you very much.
Councilmember Harris.
Well said, Councilmember Jeruso. Chief, 1955 is when you started in the NOPD. Just think of what that was like. Just think of the barrier that you broke in 1955. It's amazing to me. And, I know your son, the judge, from my career in the law. And by knowing him, I know what a spectacular person you are. And I just want to thank you because not only did you break barriers in the NOPD, but you broke barriers for all of us as Black people in New Orleans and in the United States. So I just want to thank you so much for your service and congratulations.
Yes.
Councilmember Morrell.
I'll be brief because really not much more needs to be said, but it's often said that we stand on the shoulders of giants. And seeing you here today, having the opportunity to honor you while you're still here, to let you know how important you are to this community is a tremendous honor. Without the effort, the work that you did and your family did to make this city accessible to the majority of the people that live here, I can't even imagine where we'd be today. So thank you so much for your service. Thank Judge Cates, thank you for your family service.
Thank you, sir.
Because you guys have really been a tremendous beacon for all of us who are trying to go somewhere in this city. Thank you.
Councilmember Green.
Thank you, Chief Cates, for your service. It's okay to be redundant, and I just want to emphasize again what Councilmember Harris emphasized. 1955, 68 years ago. What you saw and what you experienced was so incredible, and yet you served so well, served admirably, and encouraged others to join the profession. And they also saw you as a leader and recognized that change was going to come. But it came slowly sometimes, but because of people like you, it absolutely came. And today, 68 years after you left the department, 68 years after you joined the department in the midst of real challenges, I think today everybody would recognize that we have a police force that is a lot more fair, and also doesn't. I had when I was young, some kind of negative experiences with certain police officers. People like you helped change the department for the better to the department that it is today, professional and recognized throughout our country under its leadership for the changes that have been made that got rid of some of those things in the past. But it was because of you, people like you, who made the difference. You persevered and stuck with some of the challenges that need to be stuck with and also overcame them. So thank you, Chief, for your service. Thank you for choosing that you were going to go into the law enforcement profession in 1955.
Right.
What a motivation that must have been. You were motivated.
What a challenge.
What a challenge, because we know what happened certainly back then. But thank you very much for your service. Thank you very much for making our city a better place to live and enhancing the quality of life for others. And Judge Cates.
Thank you, sir.
Yes, St. Aug graduate. St. Aug graduate.
There are other schools.
Have to keep
Can't make it up.
rubbing
I'm
it in, huh?
just telling you, thank you for sending your son to my alma mater, but I can't make it up. I won't make it up if nobody's there from St. Aug. But thank you very much, Judge Cates and the Cates family, for your service and for allowing Captain and our commander to serve us well. Thank you.
Chief Cates, and to your daughter and to the judge, for me, this is personal. When I came back home at the end of 1986, I was introduced to another kind of public service. And someone who took me under their wing, who didn't want me to leave this city, the late Ken Carter, helped introduce me to New Orleans families who did public service, who did politics, who came from our community. And then I think about that wonderful lady who's not here, right? And how she was so inviting to me and coming to the house for events and eating her food and treating this kid who didn't know where life would go as if he mattered and inviting me into that circle. And I think it was Ozu Confucius who wrote something in 600 BC that I think, Judge, describes your father and the type of people that come from your lineage. He wrote that standing, I'm trying to get what the phrase is, standing tiptoe, a man loses his balance. Admiring himself, he does so alone. At no time in life shall a man who's truly caring and sane overspend themselves, overreach themselves, and overrate themselves. And I think your father's service was that, as prominent as he was when we would be in his presence, he didn't treat you like he was the chief or the first this or the first that. He treated young men and women like me, like we could be the first this or the first that. And if we wasn't the first, we could be that. So thank you for your humanity. I think it outweighed a lot of your accomplishments and a lot of your titles. We love you. God bless you. And I know she's up there smiling, definitely smiling. She was a great woman. Chief, it's your turn now.
Say something?
Is it time?
Yes.
Yeah.
First, I'd like to thank my councilman, Oliver Thomas, for arranging this situation this morning to honor my career on a police department. At that time, when I joined in 1955, it wasn't easy and we had many glitches along the way, but we were able to overcome those glitches and make the advancements that we see before us today in Superintendent Woodfork, who's the first Black female and a trailblazer in her own right. And for that, I can appreciate you, lady. You've been wonderful. And I want to thank the members of the City Council for this tremendous award this morning, because usually these kinds of awards are awarded posthumously after the recipient is long dead and buried, and it's awarded to the families of the recipient who's no longer with us. But I'm living proof that I'm still here. I'm 92 years old. I can't hear any longer and I have difficulty seeing, but I'm still here, and that's, I don't want to see the alternative happen.
Thank you, Brian.
But I'd like to thank Chief Woodfork once again and thank the members of the City Council. And I want to thank in particular my daughter-in-law, who arranged a similar situation for me before the members of the State Senate in Baton Rouge a couple of months ago. And she too did a tremendous job. And I was recognized by the members of the Senate. Now, I appreciate that very much, Ava. I love you, and you were wonderful. You did a great job yourself. I've got a lot of things that I'd like to mention. One thing in particular, things weren't easy way back then. And I can remember one time I was on patrol in the St. Bernard Project area. And I stopped a vehicle with a young man and his family in it from New York City, who came down here to make his home in New Orleans. And when I stopped him, he had a brake tag violation. He didn't have a current brake tag displayed on his windshield. And I explained to him that he needed a brake tag, and he didn't know what the traffic rules and regulations were at that time. And I allowed him to go about his business. He was an insurance debit collector in the St. Bernard project area. And he promised me that when he would come back, he would have a brake tag. And about a week later, this young man, who was white, I was black, and he drove up to me, stopped me, and displayed this brake tag that he had just gotten. And he was so proud of that. And he and I became very good friends. We visited each other, the families did, and he came to my home, I went to his home, and we were very good friends. And I guess he wanted to follow my career in the police department, and he decided to become a police officer. His name was Anthony Bonagura. And you may remember him for his time in an airplane over the city with the traffic situations. He was the air in the sky for WDSU television. And Tony and I were good friends, and we remained good friends. But when he finally decided to apply for the job, he went through all the routines, all the things that he had to do to become a police officer. And on a day that he was supposed to graduate, he wasn't allowed to graduate with his class. And he went about trying to find out why. And a high-ranking official of the New Orleans Police Department gave him an audience, and he told him that things were different in the city of New Orleans. It wasn't like it was in New York City, where you're from. And you're white, and you're supposed to have white friends. And I understand that you have a black friend who we like very much. He's a sergeant on the police department, and we like him and respect him very much, but you're white, so you're supposed to have white friends. And he said, we're gonna allow you to come on the job, but once you're on this job, if your association with Sidney Cates doesn't stop, we're gonna terminate your employment with the police department. So Tony and I, from that day on, were not friends any longer. He used to avoid me like the plague when he saw me at police headquarters or in the courts. And we just didn't talk anymore. And finally, Tony became a pilot, and he flew the Air Watch. He had a great career on this job, and he's no longer with us now. He's dead. But Tony, I think, tried to make amends with me, because he put together a plaque with all of my badges on it. And I brought it with me here today at the insistence of Chief Howard from the Sheriff's Department. Melvin followed my career with a great deal of interest and pride. And I'm proud to see this young man, because he too has had a great career on the police department. So I brought it with me, and I didn't have any ways to display it, but it's every badge that I ever had while I was on the job. But Tony is dead now, and I think he tried to make amends with me at the conclusion of his life by presenting me with this plaque. He's the one that made it. And he and I were friends for a long time, and we remain friends. And I think he's looking down from heaven, appreciating this situation here today, and for me calling this fact to your attention.
Thank you,
Bob.
Thank you. The people, we're gonna come down and do the pictures up, but for people who heard that story, if you didn't just hear the story, I hope you felt the story. And if you know what it was like, if you could Be in
Well,
the shoe.
can I
shoe.
say a couple other things?
Yes, sir. Yes, chief.
I've got a lot to say and a lot of people to thank for my advancement on the police department. For instance, this young man, who's a member of the council today, his grandfather, George Russo, and Moon Landrew, and Billy Gus placed me in situations in the city of New Orleans where I had to succeed. It was very easy for me to accomplish the things I did because they put me in positions where I had the opportunity to do the things that I had to do. And George Russo was a tremendous guy. He was foresighted in his approach to being a cop. And during the 1960s, late 1960s, the entire country was embroiled in riots and troubles with the police departments that were ill prepared to handle them at that time. And all sorts of things, bad things were happening at that time. But George Russo, because he thought up far ahead, decided to call myself and one other guy into his office and sat us down and told us that he wanted us to go out in the community and feel the pulse of the community and find out what was going on in an effort to bring the police department and the city, the people that lived in our city together. And Lloyd and I, Lloyd Richards and I, Sergeant Lloyd Richards, we went out and Joe didn't know what to tell us to do. He knew what he wanted to accomplish, but he didn't know exactly how to do it. So we went out into the city and we talked to everybody in creation that we could think of. We talked to the business people. We talked to the school principals. I'm talking about the administrators, top officials in the school system. We talked to the dissident groups. We talked to anybody that would allow us to talk to them. And what we found out was there was a.
Excuse me. What? We can talk these stories all day long. And
Well, thank you, Judge. You know, maybe if we listen to our elders, we would figure it out. We still have work.
All the little children know right now that Big Joe.
He's right there.
Was the guy, one of the guys that was responsible for my advancement on the police department. And I thank your grandfather very, very much.
Thank you, Big Sid. Thank you. And let's make our pictures and take our presentation. This plaque is from the city council. I won't read it. Everything's been said.
Everything good? All right. Yeah, she wants it.
1, 2, 3.
That's why I was happy to pull the store.
Councilmember, are we ready to go to the third order?
Yes, please.
The third order of business is a presentation, Gerald Gregory Green Jr. and Reese Almar honoring Gerald Gregory Green Jr., who has earned his pro card with powerlifting, Mr. Olympia, the World Cup, USPA Nationals, and broke 13 world records, 12 American records, 68 state records, and became Louisiana Master Powerlifting Athlete of the Year.
Gerald, move over one seat. First of all, man, congratulations, man. You know, everybody proud of the homeboy, everybody from the whole neighborhood, everybody who's ever lived there. But I'd like to start the presentation with introducing your guests. And if you could set the table, then we'll hear from the council, then from Gerald.
Absolutely. So my name is Reese Almore. I am the chairman of USPA Louisiana. Mr. Green is one of our fine athletes who are from the New Orleans area that compete in a lot of our local events with Mr. Green and some other athletes I have in the crowd today, Mr. Ryan Kimball. You know, we're really trying to build upon, you know, Gerald's success, especially here in the New Orleans area. We just put on a meet, which was the USPA Nationals, where Mr. Gerald competed. Like always, you know, he won his age class. He set a couple world records. So the biggest thing that myself and Mr. Gerald Green would like to speak upon today is mainly our involvement in trying to get back into the communities, into the youth, and into the high schools for powerlifting in general. Because it is a team sport, but at the core of it's also an individual sport. And I think that we have some room in this city to grow with the fine athletes that we do have.
Yeah, and before we hear from the council and last we heard from Mr. Green, I think we have a news clip. U.S. national champion. Go ahead, Paul, please. Guys,
This time, the U.S. National Powerlifting Competition is being held in the New Orleans area. 400 weightlifters from all over the country are competing, but the athlete who is stealing the show grew up in the lower Ninth Ward. Meg Ferris watched him set some records today. She's here with me now in the studio. Meg, this is an incredible story.
It's fun to watch. It truly is. Well, Gerald Green has been setting world records on the track as a sprinter. He's 42 and a master Olympian. But just 2 years ago, one of his twin daughters asked if she could help him put away his regular weight training weights. And that's when he became inspired to try powerlifting.
I don't think most people believe they can do this at my age, drug-free at all. I love doing this for children to look up to me. I love doing this for people my age to say we can do it.
Thursday morning at the U.S. Powerlifting Association national competition, Gerald Green broke 9 master records in his weight class. Squatted 518, bench press 341, deadlifted 645.
I have an issue with losing, right? I just, it doesn't sit well with me to lose.
In some federations, a member can show up anytime, anywhere to drug test him. He just was by a lifter far younger than he is.
And I will say this, I had a higher squat than he did today.
He's inspired his 12-year-old fraternal twin daughters, who would be 1 and 2 in the world if they competed. The weightlifting lessons from dad are carrying over in life.
I'm very strong and I like to put it to you. And I enjoy the sport because you can take out your emotions on a lift instead of taking it out on somebody else. You have to have discipline for everything, grades, school. So as you have discipline, you can grow. He says if you want something hard enough, you have to discipline to get there. Because if you don't put in the work, then there's nothing in life and everything.
The U.S. Powerlifting Association is trying to get young people involved as well.
We're reaching into our local high schools, really. So we're really getting involved every more and more every year. We're actually having the first ever high school nationals in this building, this room in April.
And if you're older than a high schooler or even older than Gerald, no worries. The ages in this 4-day competition are 14 to 80. You just watched a 70-year-old woman from New York who only weighs 130 pounds, bench press 190 after breaking a squat record at 380. 380. Okay, the competition is from 9 to 3 through Sunday at the Ilario Center, and the weight classes go up each day. Now, Gerald's category is finished. Now, if you go, you can also buy special T-shirts that are going to help fund scholarships for high school weightlifters.
To make pure flash contact like the pro.
And only Miss Fitness, Meg could do that story. Meg, you want to add anything to this?
Gerald inspires me in the gym, but I think what his daughter said about how this carries over to all aspects of life and discipline. Gerald and I have talked about this and what you want to try to get this to high schoolers to give them this focus. I really think that's part of this whole thing with Gerald.
Absolutely. Now we'll hear from our council members. Councilmember Marino.
I'm absolutely blown away. And I was actually also blown away by the story, listening to the ages of individuals who are taking part in powerlifting. No doubt about it, it has to be consistent training and dedication. And I think, Meg is absolutely right, making sure that young people understand that message as well. I just had a quick question for you. What is your training like? I mean, tell me what you do on a kind of everyday or weekly basis. What does that look like?
I train every day. I have 2 separate sports. I'm also into track and field as well. I've been running track for 28 years from St. Aug High School as well. I'm a graduate. Yes, I won 18 state championships with St. Aug, broke a state record in the 400 meter as well.
That's on your bingo card.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Went on to LSU, won 2 national championships with LSU, and I've been on a couple of the Olympic teams. So I'm training right now. I took a year off for powerlifting. I love the sport, just got into it 2 years ago. And I'll be going back to track to try to make the Olympic team come next year for 2024. But it's every day for
yes, every day. Well, look, we are so proud of you. Stay at it, and thank you, Councilmember Thomas, for bringing him before the council today, so we can honor you.
There's a little history of him in terms of where he comes from in track too. We'll talk about that later. Councilmember Morrell.
It's tremendous having you here today. Your accomplishments speak for themselves. I did find it, Megan, your story, how a younger person had you drug tested because they couldn't believe you were outlifting them. It made me recall there's this line I keep hearing from a certain council member, and he always says, I'm from a lower nine, I'm gonna get mine. And when you said you don't like losing, it just made me think of that saying that I hear frequently from a certain council member who's two over from my right. Thank you.
Councilmember, Green.
All right, first, green is great. But congratulations to you on your success. If it's not purple, that's right. But congratulations. But I was really inspired by your daughters, what they had to say. And thank you for instilling in them those great values. I do want to say that it's just an honor to see you here today, a champion, somebody who is a tremendous role model in our city. And in an area that people don't think about as much as they, would think about it if it were more in the news. So thank you, Meg, for doing that story. Don't let the suit deceive you. I'll do a little powerlifting myself every once in a while, No, I haven't lifted anything since I was in like junior high school, but your regimen that you continue like this is impressive. And I look forward to you making the Olympics. If you make the Olympics, I'm gonna find a way to join you there, when.
They know it.
That's right, when. I'm gonna find a way to make it there, but
I tell you what, I have 6 major championships, 1 championship every month for the rest of the year.
Oh, okay.
So I'm looking at competing at Olympia. I won it last year in December for powerlifting. I'm looking to win it again in November. And then I'm looking to compete in the World Championships in Eugene, Oregon, late November. So I look to win that one as well. So I'll be competing in championships, and pretty much my next year is almost booked now as well, being that indoor track starts come March. That's indoor nationals, and then you have outdoors for Olympics that will start in July. So yeah, I'll be competing all the way throughout 2024.
well, it might be interesting to see Eugene Green go to Eugene, Oregon to see Gerald Green.
That's right. That's right. That's right.
Watch out for that particular opportunity.
Corny
I would pay for it myself to tell the media right now. Bottom line, I'd pay for it myself. But look, really, congratulations and thank you. That's a tremendous a tremendous set of accomplishments. So proud of your daughters and their attitude. What a great video clip that was, that I would share with people, especially young people. We're doing so many good things here. And one of the reasons in our city that we have so many youth doing successful is that we have parents and we have guardians behind them who are instilling in them that you can accomplish. And you can accomplish by being focused and being committed to what you try to do. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much.
That was a Eugene Greenism. There. First of all, homeboy, Lower 9th Ward, representing the community. There's a history when you talk about track in that community. Lawless at one time didn't lose a track meet for a decade when it was a junior high. And then there was a Robert Williams, the Robert Woods, and Jolly Flag, Everett Clark, and Olympic sprinters who came out of that neighborhood. But in talking to the people who know you, they say as fast as you were always fast to help people too, to love people and to greet people. And as strong as you are, that your humanity as a person is as powerful as what you do to lift weights. So just know that this was just an opportunity, man, to represent or to recognize one of our great citizens and our great athletes that came from a community that produced a lot of great athletes. So we appreciate you times 10. This proclamation from the city says, be it proclaimed by the city of New Orleans that this council recognizes Gerald Gregory Green Jr. in recognition for breaking 9 master records in U.S. Powerlifting Association national competition, earning his pro card, winning Mr. Olympia, the World Cup, the USPA Nationals, and breaking 13 world records, 12 American records, 68 state records, and becoming the Louisiana Masters Powerlifting Athlete of the Year. And this will always be recorded in the annals of this city, forever moving forward. Thank you, brother, for lifting up the world and lifting up our community.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Queenie, small. Queenie down. No, talking- oh.
All right, we have, before we get started, we have one more proclamation for little Queenie. Yes, you all, yes. Sierra, do you all want to come to the table very quickly? Sorry, we started at 9:50 and we moved quickly. Go ahead, y'all can come to the table after they take the photo. Hey, Gerald. Good to see you all back in chambers. Thank you very much. I think I have this right. Today would have been her birthday.
It is.
It is. And we lost her 4 years ago.
Correct.
Correct. So I know we're honoring her again. I'm gonna read the last whereas paragraph on the proc, let you all talk, and we'll take a picture after we're all done. I think everybody knows about her and her career. She's been supported with benefit performances and remembered annually on her birthday since 2019 by local musicians, including Cranston Clements, Susan Cowsill, Debbie Davis, David Ellington, her son, Alex Harris McDonald, Susie Malone, Tom Marone, John Munier, Josh Paxton, Matt Perrine, Jimmy Robinson, Yvette Volker, Allison Young, and Lenny Zena. And so we have a proclamation for her contribution to music in the New Orleans community, induction into the Louisiana Music Hall of Fame. So with that,
I mean, honestly, what more can be said? I just hope and pray that in my own career, I can make at least maybe a fifth of the impact that she made on the, on music in the city. I'll just try to do my best to carry that on. And it's, really, it's hard to really put into words the honor, and thank y'all so much.
does anybody have anything they want to add, Councilmember Thomas?
No, just thank you guys for your accomplishments, man. We have so many talented people in this town and from this state. And it's always a blessing when folk get their due and get recognized for what they've accomplished, because I think it represents a piece of us all.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
I feel like, this is sort of the second proclamation day where you've had parent, child, and as somebody who's related to somebody who's been here, I would just say, keep on doing you. It's one thing to feel like you have the burden of the family brand and how you do it, but at the same time, you're your own person and you're gonna make your own imprint as well.
Yeah, thanks, sir.
Thank you very much. All right, we'll come down and take a photo.
Very well
Thank you.
said.
Cheers, guys.
Yeah.
Councilmember, can I go to the consent agenda? Consent agenda, we're on page 4. We have a communication from Aaron Spears, Chief of Staff and Council Utilities and Regulatory Office. This should be marked received. We have a communication from Jennifer Avegno, MD, Director of Health Department, City of New Orleans. This should be marked received. On page 5, we have a communication from Tara Johnson Brown, Director of Housing Policy and Office of Community Development, City of New Orleans. This should be marked received and referred to the July 24th, 2023 Community Development Committee. We have a communication from Amy B. Trepanier, Director of Personnel, City of New Orleans, Department of Civil Service. Amendment to the Civil Service Rules, sick leave uses expanded. This should be marked received and referred to the Budget Committee. We have a communication from Jasmine Bush, Management Development Analyst 1, City of New Orleans. This should be marked received and referred to the Public Works Committee. On top of page 6, we have a communication from Cynthia Davis, Department of Safety and Permits, City of New Orleans. This should be marked received, suggested hearing date set for August the 10th. We have a communication from Amy B. Trepanier, Director of Personnel, City of New Orleans, Department of Civil Service, amendment to the Classified Pay Plan Council. This should be marked received and referred to the Budget Committee. On top of page 7, we have a communication from Amy B. Trepanier, Director of Personnel, City of New Orleans, Department of Civil Service, amendment to the Classified Pay Plan, Juvenile Justice Intervention. This should be marked received and referred to the Budget Committee. On top of page 8, we have a communication from Amy B. Trepanier, Director of Personnel, City of New Orleans, Department of Civil Service, amendment to the Classified Pay Plan, Safety and Permits. This should be marked received and referred to the Budget Committee. On top of page 9, a communication from Amy B. Trepanier, Director of Personnel, City of New Orleans, Department of Civil Service, amendment to the Classified Pay Plan, CAO ITI. This should be marked received and referred to the Budget Committee. On page 10, a communication from Amy B. Trepanier, Director of Personnel, City of New Orleans, Department of Civil Service, amendments to the Classified Pay Plan, Emergency Management. This should be marked received and referred to the Budget Committee. On page 11, we have a communication from Darren P. Lombard, Clerk of Criminal District Court, Chief of Elections Officer. This should be marked received. We have a communication from Sung Lu Hung Tu Real Estate LLC, 3521 through 27 Camberon Street. This should be marked received. Suggested hearing date is August the 10th. We have a report of Stella Sisman, Independent Police Monitor, Office of the Independent Police Monitor. This should be marked received. On page 12, we have a report of the Executive Director of the City Planning Commission. This should be marked received. Suggested hearing date, August 10th. A report of the Executive Director of the City Planning Commission. This should be marked received. Suggested hearing date, August 10th. We have motion line over M22-516 will be removed from the consent agenda and deferred to August 10th. On top of page 13, we have motion M23-334 by Councilmember Jeruso by request. The questionnaire was received. Government Affairs Committee recommended approval. We have motion M23-335 by Councilmember Green by request. The questionnaire was received. Government Affairs Committee recommended approval. We have motion M23-336 by Councilmember Harris. The questionnaire was received. Government Affairs Committee recommended approval. On top of page 14, we have motion M23-337 by Councilmember King by request. Councilmember Jeruso. Adding Councilmember Jeruso. The questionnaire was received. Government Affairs Committee recommended approval. We have motion M 23-338 by Councilmember Green by request. The questionnaire was received. Governmental Affairs Committee recommended approval. We have motion M 23-339 by Councilmember King by request, adding Councilmember Jeruso. The questionnaire was received. Governmental Affairs Committee recommended approval. On top of page 15, we have motion M 23-340 by Councilmember King by request. The question, adding Councilmember Jeruso. The questionnaire was received. Governmental Affairs Committee recommended approval. Those are all the matters on the consent agenda.
Mr. Burnside, don't have your card? You don't have one today? Okay. All right, well, in that case, I will move that we adopt the consent agenda, seconded by Vice President Moreno. Please. All in favor, say aye. Aye. Opposed? Hearing none, it is passed unanimously. There are 5 members present.
On page 16, we have a legislative group in the HDLC appeal of Jonathan Landry, requesting to appeal the Historic District Landmarks Commission's decision of denial of a roof replacement request for property located at 437 Bermuda Street. On top of page 17, we have motion M 23-344 by Councilmember King and Jeruso, overruling and granting the applicant's appeal request to remove existing asphalt shingle roof and English V ridge tiles and install new standing seam metal roofing on a contributing rated building located at 437 Bermuda Street, subject to the following 2 provisos. The standing seam metal roof color shall be limited to a dark shade of gray, black, or bronze in a less reflective finish. And 2, the details of the metal roof shall be approved by the HDLC staff.
Thank you, Ms. Burke.
437 Bermuda Street is a contributing rated structure located in the Algiers Point Full Control Local Historic District. The owner has applied to remove the existing asphalt fiberglass roof, shingles, and English V ridge tiles and install a standing seam metal roof. At their hearing of June 5th, 2023, the commission reviewed the staff report, staff recommendations, and applicant testimony with photos of the building. Due to the visibility of the roof and the negative impact the standing seam metal roof will have on the streetscape, the commission voted unanimously to deny the application.
Thank you. As Madam Clerk said, I'm handling these first couple of matters for Councilmember King. This is what he said, that he does not take overruling any decision lightly. He wants to do his best to balance historic preservation, desire of property owners to incorporate sustainable and resilient structures. With insurance premiums at an all-time high, he's reluctant to interfere with the property owner's plight to fortify their home. His motion approves, therefore, Mr. Landry's appeal with the provisos the metal roof color be limited to a dark shade of gray, black, or bronze, and a less reflective finish, and that the details of the metal roof be approved by HDLC staff. So, honoring his work on this, I will move to approve M 23-344, seconded by Councilmember Green. Seeing no objections, that carries unanimously 5-0.
On top of page 18, a legislative grouping. We have a HDLC appeal of Brian Ace requesting to appeal the Historic District Landmarks Commission's decision of denial of a request to replace approximately 29 feet of iron fencing for property located at 2222 Charter Street. We have motion M 23-345 by Council Members King and Jeruso, overruling and granting the applicant's appeal request to replace approximately 29 feet of iron fencing with a taller fence for the property located at 2222 Charter Street, subject to the following proviso. The details of the fencing shall be approved by the HDLC staff.
Ms. Burke.
2222 Charter Street is a contributing rated structure located in the Faubourg-Marigny Local Historic District. The applicant would like to replace the existing iron fencing at the front yard of the property with new taller iron fencing to match the previous due to its deteriorated condition and to provide additional site security. The applicant plans to remove the existing fencing and install a new taller fencing with a wider vehicular access gate. The overall fence design will be replicated, including the location of the posts, and the applicant confirmed it will be constructed with new solid metal pickets punched through the horizontal members with spikes, locks, and bolts. However, the existing historic fencing appears to be in fair to good overall condition, and the HDLC guidelines discourage the removal of historic fencing. Based on this, the staff recommended the commission vote to deny the request and recommend the applicant continue to work with the staff on alternate proposals that modify the existing fencing rather than replacing it to achieve the desired height and security. At their meeting of June 6, 2023, the commission voted unanimously to deny the application. The HDLC requests that you uphold the denial and require that the property owner work with the HDLC on a design to raise the fence on a masonry chain wall to maintain the historic fence with desired height that has been done in many other locations. If not, please require that the historic iron fence be retained and either donated or sold to a local architectural salvage firm.
Thank you. All right, so Councilmember King's motion is to overrule and grant the appeal. What he says is that asking to replace the existing front fence and driveway gate with an installation that will be 10 inches taller for additional security. While sensitive to the artistic value the current fence holds, fabricate historically congruent substitute. Therefore, he moves to grant the appeal, including a proviso that the design details of the new fence be approved by HDLC. So I'll move for approve. Oh, we have online comment?
We have one.
Yes.
This is from the appellant. Brian Ace, he says, unfortunately, we're out of the area for the meeting of the appeal for a fence replacement on our property at 2222 Charter Street. I believe Councilmember Jeruso will be presenting on our behalf. As I have stated in our letter of appeal, our request is for that of safety, functionality, and aesthetics. We're very conscious of the historic character of our neighborhood and plan on a replacement as soon as close to the original as possible, and end up with a fence that will be an addition to our neighborhood. Thanks for their time and consideration.
Thank you. I've moved, seconded by Councilmember Harris. Seeing no opposition, it passes 6-0.
On top of page 19, a legislative grouping, the HDLC appeal of Sebastian Herman, requesting to appeal the Historic District Landmarks Commission's decision of denial to retain all windows as they currently are, since they were installed by the previous owner in 2020-21 for a property located at 430 Homer Street. Motion M23-346 by Council Members King and Jeruso, overruling and granting the applicant's appeal request to retain the two frontmost windows and trim at both sides of the building and unstucco piers, and removal of the ridge tiles as installed by the previous owner on a contributing rated building located at 430 Homer Street.
Ms. Burke?
430-32 Homer Street is a contributing rated circa 1920 frame double shotgun residential building completed in the Craftsman bungalow style located in the Algiers Point Historic District. Although it has been altered, it is a contributing element to the district. In 2020, a permit application was submitted for exterior renovation work. An HDLC certificate of appropriateness was issued and subsequently revised to include work at the exterior of the building, as well as work to the sills and demolition of a rear addition. However, this C of A was avoided and closed out at the request of the contractor. In March 2021, a stop work was placed on the property for ongoing work. This scope of work followed what had been permitted in 2020, but the permit was no longer valid. The work completed in March of 2021 deviated from the previously approved work and is in large part the HDLC violations that remain at the building currently. The property has recently come under new ownership, and the new owner has requested retention of the items in violation. At their meeting of June 7th, 2023, the commission voted to allow retention of a majority of the items in violation However, they denied retention of the two frontmost windows and trim at both sides of the building, unstuccoed piers, and removal of ridge tiles. That's the end.
Thank you. Is there a comment online? You want to do that, Ms. Curran?
This is from Sebastian Herman, who says, I bought the house in late March 2023 and then received HDLC violation notices for roof, windows, and siding 2 weeks later. All of those renovations were done in 2020, 2021 by the previous owner. Some of the violations the HDLC has forgiven in their meeting in June, and some I've already resolved personally. The last open item relates to my windows. I'm trying to get the city to grandfather in my side windows, larger windows being hardly visible from the street, and the smaller windows I've already tiled around from the inside, bathroom left, kitchen backsplash right. I would appreciate an approval of my appeal and look forward to working with the city on any future renovations and neighborhood improvements.
Thank you, Ms. Curran. Councilmember King's comments echo those of Mr. Herman, specifically saying that these issues were inherited by Mr. Herman, and that considering his office hasn't received any public comment from neighbors or community stakeholders regarding the item, he's inclined to grant the appeal. So with that, I'll move on M 23-346, seconded by Councilmember Green. Seeing no objections, carries 6-0.
We're now on top of page 20. We have a legislative grouping, the HDLC appeal of James Flatt, LBT Ventures, requesting to appeal the Historic District Landmarks Commission's decision to levy a fine of $48,254 for the unpermitted demolition for property located at 838 Lower Line Street. Motion M 23-333 by Councilmember Jeruso, granting the applicant's request to appeal a fine of $48,254 for unpermitted demolition with respect to property located at 838 Lower Line Street, and the fine is hereby reduced to $24,000.
Thank you, Ms. Burke.
838 Lower Line Street is a contributing rated building located in the Carrollton Partial Control Demolition Only Local Historic District. A stop work order was posted at the property by the HDLC on April 12, 2023 for the removal of the wood windows and installation of vinyl windows at the primary facade, constituting 27% demolition of that facade. No building permit or certificate of appropriateness had been issued for the work, despite an online application having been submitted in June of 2022. The wood windows fall under the removal of historic materials in the HDLC demolition definition. A representative of the applicant had previously reached out to the HDLC staff to discuss appropriate window replacement options and was informed that the removal and replacement of the wood windows with a different material, muntin pattern, or window type would be considered demolition of the primary facade and require commission approval. Staff recommended a low to moderate fine as the work was done without a C of A and on the primary facade, and the staff had directly communicated the relevant HDLC demolition definition with the contractor. At their meeting of June 7th, 2023, the commission reviewed the case, the staff recommendation, and the owner's representative statements. After some deliberation, the commission voted unanimously to fine the owner $48,254.
All right, we have two comment cards. I know we have some online comment as well. Ms. Johnson and Dr. DeLeo, and I'll keep time on my watch. So, Susan? And like usual, I'll let you know when you get to 30-second mark.
Susan Johnson, 2822 LePage Street, Town of Carrollton Watch, nonprofit. I am not paid to be here. I helped report this violation. My family owned the house at 7414 Butte Street next door for 55 years, 1964 to 2019. All the lots on this block are owned by dorm developers now, except for two. So if you're looking for somebody with standing, I'm pretty close, having just moved away. after taking care of my mother at the house. I support the HDLC's fine of 48,000 plus, which is just 10% of the total maximum fine that could have been assessed on this violation. We're looking at this relatively high figure in a residential neighborhood because it's an 18-unit apartment building. It's not a house, it's an apartment building. Now, for context, within the space of 10 days last year, this owner, LBTV LLC, purchased 3 properties in the neighborhood. 838 Lower Line, March 10th, 2022, 3.3 million, 7519 Maple, February 28th, 2 weeks before that, $806,000, use unknown. 7713 Hampson, same day, February 28th, 2022, recorded price unknown. Then in December of 2022, that is 7-8 months later, they spend number 4, $630,000 for 741721 Butte, the notorious party house across the street from the subject property. So they spend over $5 million in 9 months. They've got big tech funding. They should not be getting a break with this fine, 50% reduction when they stand to make money off our neighborhood for years to come. They knew they were breaking the law, no work permit, no HDLC, C of A. Window replacement is historic fabric. Sorry.
That's your time. Thank you.
Thanks.
All right, Dr. D'Elia.
Thanks.
Thank you.
My name is Dr. John DeLeo. I'm a retired anesthesiologist. I moved into the Carrollton neighborhood in 1978, probably before many of you were born. And I did that to raise my family, which I did. I've watched the neighborhood go down. I speak in favor of the original fine. This specific issue is a microcosm of the real problem and should be addressed thusly to send a message. The real problem is developers who come in, often companies from out of state, often so-called two-lane parents, and sometimes locals who would, for their own personal gain, destroy our iconic neighborhoods to the core, displacing residents, priced out of their apartments, priced out of their homes. It's kind of a perverted gentrification run amok for those who kneel at the altar of the fast buck. I think I hear that Councilman Giarrusso thinks that the amount of the fine of 48,000 plus is somehow unfair. My question is, unfair to whom? The remaining residents of Carrollton and the city as a whole, that's who it's unfair to. It's unfair to every citizen in this chamber who dutifully pays their taxes and tries to make this failing city livable. It is unfair to the character of us as a unique city. It is unfair to our city, our culture, our architecture, our quality of life. This one property and its favored treatment is indicative of a much larger problem in the city in general and Carrollton in particular. Leave the fine as it is and go after others who flout our rules and regulation and laws. Stop being unfair to all of us to bestow favor on a few. I went to St. Pius and I had Sister Richard in the 4th grade. And I'm sure a lot of you went to Catholic schools. She taught us what a mortal sin was. A mortal sin required 3 things. It required an act that was egregiously wrong, known wrong. Secondly, it had to be known wrong by the sinner. And third, it had to be done with that full knowledge. This fulfills all those 3 categories of a mortal sin. And now the sinners are asking for relief from the penance. They don't want 3 rosaries. They want 3 Hail Marys. Give them more than that. Send a message. It should be punitive. Thank you.
Thank you. Go ahead, Ms. Kern with online comment.
Excuse me. First comment is from Elizabeth Gleckler. She says, I oppose the developer's appeal. We have Christine Maristani. I oppose the developer's appeal. I have over 30 historic windows in my home that was built in 1907 that lines the streetcar route. Over the last 14 years, we have renovated and improved our historic home. We have always followed the HDLC guidelines. and worked tirelessly with architects and other professionals to make sure we were doing things right and by guidelines set forth. This takes time and money, lots of time and money. However, approving a 50% reduction in fines only sets a precedent for future cases that it is allowed to not follow guidelines for the HDLC and our council members who push for them to be made. Many times we did not agree with the guidelines said, but we worked with them anyways. Imagine the fine that I would have had to pay if I removed my historic windows and made them more modern, energy efficient windows. If you approve the reduction in fines, it's a mere slap in the face to all of us who have kept the historic area historic. Roxanne Dufresne says, I absolutely oppose the developer's appeal. As I'm sure council members are aware of, what draws people to New Orleans is its history, including the historical buildings and homes. I asked the council, what is the point of fines if fines are going to be reduced? There seems to be a trend in fine reduction, especially for developers. Protection of individual homeowners should and must be considered. Citizens have enough to deal with: increased taxes, insurance, living expenses, etc. For developers who benefit from turning our homes and apartment buildings into student dorms, reduction of fines should not be allowed. Mary Meising-Gabella says, I oppose the developer's appeal. These higher fines were approved to stop developers from defacing historic properties with impunity. Derek Heil says, I oppose the developer's appeal. Window replacement constitutes demolition per HDLC directive. Demolition requires a city permit and a review by HDL staff and or the commission. The developer had neither a permit nor review. City records dated August 2022 indicate that the developer was informed of these requirements. Following the unexpected demolition of the Carrollton Courthouse Schoolhouse in May 2021, the HDLC lobbied for higher fines to curb the trend of historic district unpermitted demolitions, which gained approval and became effective in August 2022. I implore the city council to not abate the HDLC fines for 838 Lower Line. Unpermitted demolitions should never be tolerated in order to preserve the unique characteristics of our historic neighborhoods. And there was one comment from John DeLeo, but he spoke in person.
Okay, thank you. First, let me say this. I've listened to all the comments and the emails. And one of the things where I'm just going to have to disagree with the people who spoke, and I respect the fact that they're here, is that these compensatory fines are not punitive in nature. Louisiana law is very clear that that happens in a very rare instant of cases. And these were not and are not supposed to be used. Number two, Ms. Burke, I realize this is not you, but I'm going to ask you to go back to the commissioners, because the fines that we're getting are not, to use the analogy of Dr. DeLeo, of mortal sin being the same thing. Last council meeting, we had somebody who violated 3 stop work orders and their fine was $15,000, 3. And somebody here who did work above what they were supposed to, no stop work orders, and their fine is triple that. If I'm handing out either things that are going to happen, the fact that they're so disparate and there doesn't seem to be any consistency is what is so troubling to me. Number two is I'm concerned that if HDLC keeps on fining the commissioners, not the staff, at this level, that there is going to be a finding of excessiveness, which then in turn leads to a finding of arbitrary and capricious, and judges across the street are going to lower that. My rationale in lowering this fine is to protect that from happening, and so that the person feels the pain of being fined and doesn't suffer zero because HDLC commissioners overstep their legal boundaries. So with that, I move for approval. Does anybody have a comment? May I have a second? Second by Councilmember Green. Any opposition? Seeing none, passes 6-0. Thank you.
On top of page 21, Bed and Breakfast Interim Zoning District Appeal Docket 123 has been deferred to August 10th. On top of page 22, we have a legislative grouping, Short-Term Rental Interim Zoning District Appeal Docket 223, requesting an appeal of the Historic Urban Neighborhood Short-Term Interim Zoning District to permit 1 commercial short-term rental in an HUMU Historic Urban Mixed Use District and Residential Short-Term Rental Interim Zoning Overlay District on Square 71 Lot B bounded by St. Charles Avenue, South Carrollton Avenue, Hampson Street, and Short Street. Municipal address 8025 Short, St. Charles Avenue. We have motion line over. Oh, this matter was considered till the August 10th meeting, but it's the sponsoring council member has asked that this item be considered at this 7/27 meeting. We have motion line over M23-315 by Councilmember Jeruso, approving and granting the applicant's request on short-term rental docket interim zoning district 223 for property located at 8025 St. Charles Avenue. Motion line over M23-316 by Councilmember Jeruso, denying the applicant's request on short-term rental docket interim zoning district 223 for property located at 8025 St. Charles Avenue.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. I'm going to withdraw motion M23-315. So ordered. And then we'll move forward on M23-316. Mr. Kroll? Don't, okay. So what I'll do is, keep 20 minutes of time for this, of what's going on. You have nothing to present? Okay, all right. So I know there's 10 online comments. We'll start with first people in the audience, Mr. Grannon, then Susan Johnson, then Tara McQueen. Jeff? Oh, there it is. Good morning, sir.
Good morning, Council. My name's Jeff Grannon. I live at 8025 St. Charles Avenue. Councilman Giarusso, what motion did you?
I withdrew the one to approve.
Okay.
So all that's on the table is the one denying.
Gotcha. Okay, so I have no chance.
Well, I could get outvoted. That's happened before too.
Okay. I didn't know. I submitted one of these to each of y'all. I don't know if you did get it or read it. No? I did about a month ago. Okay, so basically, I'm just asking for your approval. Number one, we had a short-term rental here for 5 years with no issues whatsoever, no complaints, etc. I also meet all 9 criteria set forth by this council in the IZD. City Planning Commission recommends approval. Also, by law, I'm only limited to 1 commercial short-term rental, so there's no chance of ever having more. My commercial short-term rental does not create any of the problems that the IZD seeks to mitigate. Also, the City Planning Commission, so I have the support of my neighbors. My direct neighbor's not here yet. No long-term residential units are being lost. I feel like I lost everybody already. Wow, okay. I live in the house that has this commercial short-term rental. I have a homestead exemption. I meet every requirement that this city council has ever set forth for a residential short-term rental.
30 more seconds.
That's about all I have. I mean, I might as well just take my no.
Well, okay. Ms. Johnson and then Tara McQueen.
Susan Johnson, 2822 LePage Street. I am not paid to be here. Please deny. There's no reason to make an exception. Sets a bad precedent for the neighborhood. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Johnson. Tara McQueen? She's not present. All right, thanks, Jeff. You had to leave. Okay, thank you. All right, and so the record is clear. I withdrew the motion to approve 23-315. What's on the table is 23-316. Do you have online comment, Ms. Curran, with respect to 23-16?
Yes, we have comments for this grouping.
Okay. We're at the 3-minute mark by my count, so we have 17 minutes worth of comment.
Okay, the first comment I have is from Sydney Lambert. He says, as a nearby resident, I must say that we do not need or want any more traffic and parking that another STR will bring. I'm opposed to approval of this application. Stephanie Emmerling says, I oppose the developer's appeal. This is one of the most unique and pretty facades in the city. Removal of its historic windows will diminish the integrity.
That's the wrong comment.
Yeah. Sorry, she attached it to this item. See, the next one we have is from John DeLeo, says he's opposed to any STR. That's why God invented dorms on campus and hotels. STRs are not needed and are only money grabs by people who have more money than care. Robert Steed says, hello, Airbnb started out as a way for homeowners to rent a space within their house. Now they have become a moneymaker for people who do not live in the neighborhood. Going to the Airbnb site, I see numerous units available already in my neighborhood. We do not need more. Working people are being priced out of neighborhoods by Airbnbs and doubles to dorms. Joseph Mistrot says, I support granting the STR to Jeffrey Grannon. This is something that he and the property previously held and operated without any problem or incidents. Grannon is a native New Orleanian and longtime resident on St. Charles Avenue. He operates in good faith and has demonstrated that he's a responsible neighbor and short-term rental operator. Maritza Hyde says, Dear Council, I'm a longtime business owner and resident of the Riverbend Carrollton area. I have known Jeff for over 20 years and am fully confident that he'll operate his STR in a manner that's responsible and respectful to the neighborhood as he's done previously for 5 years. For that reason, I'm urging council to approve his appeal of the STR IZD. Roxanne Dufresne says, I oppose the developer's appeal. Florence Brown says, please vote against regular 6A STR appeal docket 223. Please always vote against STRs in this neighborhood. Mary Mizingabella says, I oppose this appeal of the historic urban neighborhood short-term interim zoning district. A commercial STR is not appropriate in this location. And last but not least, we have Derek Heil, who says, I oppose the application for a short-term rental at 8025 St. Charles Avenue. Such rentals do not contribute to the neighborhood quality of life for year-round residents like myself. I want to live in a neighborhood of residents, not tourists. The city has sufficient hotels and existing short-term rentals to accommodate visitors who support the tourist economy. And that's it for the online comment.
Okay, great. And then Ms. McQueen came back. Want to make sure we get to her. Good morning.
Hi, my name is Tara McQueen. I reside at 8015 St. Charles, right next door to 8025, where they're requesting a commercial STR. Sorry, I'm out of breath. I was rushing in to get here, so thanks for letting me speak. I just wanted to say that I am 100% in favor for Jeff getting this commercial STR. Where we live is a super special place in New Orleans. It's right where the streetcar turns on a Carrollton. It's a prime location for tourists to come visit our city. And I think for it being, them having availability to a commercial STR like this, it's a win-win for everybody. You know, the city gets taxes, the tourists come back, they tell other people to come back about our city. There's probably about 50 restaurants, bars, and shops that you can walk to from where we live. So to provide, you know, the availability for someone to come in as a tourist and stay here, they could walk around and spend money. So it happens. Like it's a great place. I understand some areas it might affect other things, but for this particular location, it just seems, you know, like a good idea for you guys to approve that. I would much rather have a commercial short-term rental here than some sort of business or restaurant. I mean, our yards butt each other. And I've been knowing Jeff's been my neighbor for a long time. I believe we've been neighbors for about 20 years. And he's just on top of everything, respectful, looks after the neighborhood. So I'm not worried in any way that he's gonna abuse having a commercial STR. I know he'll run it in a proper way. And I know that tourists will love it as well. So I really hope y'all vote in favor of this. Thank you.
Thank you. members, I've spoke with Mr. Grant about this and expressed my concerns to him. Twofold, I appreciate what Ms. McQueen had to say about Jeff being a good owner, but it is a commercial STR, which is a vested right, which means it follows the property, not the owner. And so if he sells, I don't know what I'm stuck with going forward as the neighborhood. And then number two, we have a study, and as I understand it, this appeal came before we pushed pause on the commercial STRs writ large. And so I have no guidance yet from city planning about what's going to happen. And I feel reluctant to grant a one-off appeal. It doesn't mean I don't feel free to deviate at some point from what CPC says, but I don't know what CPC says. And with that, I'm not comfortable granting this right now, knowing that we haven't received any guidance in a framework from city planning. So with that, I will move forward on M23-316, denying the applicant, seconded by Councilmember Harris. And seeing no opposition, number 6 carries unanimously. Thank you.
On top of page 23, we have a legislative grouping, University Area Off-Street Park and Interim Zoning District Appeal of Jill Mamus, Architect, Partner, and Jennifer Zurich, Partner, Mama Zurich Architecture, requesting to appeal the parking requirements established by the University Area Off-Street Park and Interim Zoning District for property located at 1230 State Street. We have motion M23-326 by Councilmember Jeruso, approving and granting the applicant's appeal request for property located at 1230 State Street.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Do you have any comment cards on this item? I see, sir, are you speaking on this one? Nope. Okay. Well, I don't, is there any online comment? No. Well, this is an appeal of the D2D IZD. Applicant wants to add one room onto the 3rd floor. The rooms will be used as a playroom for their young children. It's one additional room. We have an affidavit to the effect. Moreover, this is a homestead exempt property, so it's not a developer who's using it for double dorms. So with that, I move for approval. Second by Councilmember Morel. Seeing no opposition, it passes 5-0.
Before we get to the next item, Madam Clerk, I'd like to give Councilman Thomas a moment of personal privilege.
Thank you, Mr. President. Every now and then we're blessed to have dignitaries of people from around the world and around the country to come to not only check out our proceedings, but to enjoy our city. Today with Apostle Lucas, we probably have one of the great, most versatile elected officials of our time, especially as an African-American man, and that is, he is the founder and president of the World Conference of Mayors. He is the founding president, Councilmember Jeruso, of the Tuskegee Optimist Club. He was the first person in years to be elected to 6 terms as mayor of Tuskegee. He's a member of Kappa Alpha Psi. He is president emeritus of the National Conference of Black Mayors. He is former president of the Alabama League of Municipalities, and in one of the most unusual political careers of our time. He was one of the leading Democrats, African-American Democrats, municipal Democrats in this country, who switched to Republican because he wanted to go check out and find out what they were doing, right? He was the first African-American Republican elected in Alabama in over 100 years, switched back after he found out what's going on, switched back to the Democratic Party and continue to fight for justice, not only in Alabama, but throughout the country. Mayor Ford, please come and say hello to us. Give him a hand, guys.
Councilman Thomas, I should carry you around for that introduction. I tell you, Chief Apostle Leonard Lucas, thank you so much for inviting me. To the members of the council, I greet you as the former mayor of Tuskegee, Alabama, the home of Tuskegee University, the pride of the swift-growing South. I greet you as an honorary flying, fighting Tuskegee Airman. I greet you on behalf of the World Conference of Mayors, Conférence Mondiale des Mayors. We will be here in your city, August the 3rd through the 6th, for the United Nations of Cities being convened here in New Orleans. I thank you for giving me this opportunity to say hello to New Orleans again. I was here before many of you were born in 1970, working for Mayor Moon Landrieu and running for mayor of Tuskegee, Alabama on the weekend. And so it is good to be back home in New Orleans, and we are going to bring the world to the Crescent City. God bless you. We love you. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Mayor Ford. Thank you, Chairman.
We're now on top of page 24. We have a legislative grouping, the University Area Off-Street Parking Interim Zoning District Appeal of Alexander Adamic, M. Arc, AIA, in-car Principal Architect, Adamic Architecture, requesting to appeal the parking requirements established by the University Area Off-Street Parking Interim Zoning District for property located at 1820 Audubon Street. Motion M23-327 by Councilmember Jeruso, approving and granting the applicant's appeal request for property located at 1820 Audubon Street.
Thanks. That's a hard act to follow. But I'll do my best as we go through land use, to approve the applicant's appeal for 1820 State Street. This is adding an extra bedroom to the second floor of an established residence. Homeowners lived there since the 1980s and has a homestead exemption. They also have ample parking in a long driveway, and this is not meant to be a student dorm. So, it looks like we lack quorum. Oh, there's Eugene. All right. So I'll move, Councilmember, yes. Oh, we have an e-comment?
Second.
It was misassigned.
Oh, okay, so great. Second, thank you. Thank you all both. Seconded by Councilmember Thomas. Seeing no opposition, carries 5-0. Thank you.
On top of page 25, the legislative grouping, all matters has been deferred to 8/10. The 2619 Calhoun Street and motion M23-328 has been deferred to 8/10. On top of page 26, legislative grouping, zoning docket 2223 Together LLC, requesting a conditional use to permit a standard restaurant over 5,000 square feet at HUMU Historic Urban Neighborhood Mixed Use District on Square 581, lots A and B in the 6th Municipal District, bounded by Ferret Street, Upper Line Street, LaSalle Street, and Valance Street. Municipal address 4730 Ferret Street. The recommendation of the City Planning Commission being for denial. We have motion M23-332 by Councilmember Harris, overruling and granting the applicant's conditional use request for a property located at 4730 Ferret Street on zoning docket 2223, subject to 8 provisos set forth in the City Planning Commission's staff report and 2 additional provisos below. Number 1, the applicant must indicate in their final plan compliance with the standards for bulk and yard regulations found in Article 12, Section 12.3.8.1, Table 12-2 of the Comprehensive Zoning Ordinance. Number 2, the applicant shall comply with the standards of building design standards for the historic urban neighborhoods, non-residential district found in Article 12, Section 12.3.b by modifying the plans with the following changes. Combine the mass of the 6 small buildings into a larger building and shift the building footprint so that the structure is built to the corner of Ferret and Upper Line Streets. Provide a clearly identifiable entry from the sidewalk at the corner. Provide a minimum of 50% transparency along Ferret Street and provide a minimum 12 feet ceiling height for ground floor commercial space.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Anita, how many online comments do we have?
3.
Okay. I have a lot of comment cards here, so we'll get through those. But Stephen, will you go ahead and brief us on the CPC report?
Sure. So this is a conditional use application for a new restaurant called Bohemia at the intersection of Fred and Upper Line. Really, the primary challenge here is one of design. It is basically an outdoor restaurant within the built-out Fred Street corridor. And so the question really before the planning commission was how to make that work from a design perspective, given kind of the intent of the design regulations towards towards a historic corridor. At the time this went to the planning commission, we at staff found that the design wasn't where it needed to be to really integrate well into the corridor and recommended that it be denied for that reason. The planning commission followed our recommendation and recommends denial. I will note that there have been substantial design recommendations since then that address the comments generally that the staff made. And so at least at staff level, if not commission level, we are comfortable with where the design is at this point. And of course, the provisos included in your motion will bring it forward to 100%. So that is the staff recommendation.
Great, Stephen, thank you. 2 minutes. I'm just reminding everyone, everybody has 2 minutes. Please state your name and address. I will be keeping time, so I'm doing double duty. The first person is Ed Pointer, followed by Marilyn Pointer. Ed or Marilyn? I'm taking them in order.
Thank you. Ed Pointer, live at 2 Marlboro Gate Place, catty corner to the rear of this lot. I would please ask you to deny this conditional use. You should have lots of emails from many of the immediate neighbors, all within a half a block, and hopefully some have submitted on the record today. The city planning staff recommended against this. The CPC unanimously voted against it. Just 6 days ago, they submitted revised plans for this, which we did not know were coming. They didn't do it for the first 2 scheduled meetings. The neighbors are scrambling, trying to figure out how to respond. We've looked at it over the weekend. It still doesn't address any of our neighborhood concerns. I hear the staff saying, hey, they've made some changes, but there's also lots of provisos you're putting in there that are indicating that it's not meeting all of the building design standards, and we don't think it still is. I don't think there's anything in these new drawings that actually warrant overruling unanimous decision of the City Planning Commission, and would encourage you not to. What I want to point out is by denying this conditional use, you are not preventing them from building and developing this restaurant. They can still do it however they desire to do it, but they can only do it on 5,000 square feet. That's about 2/3 of this lot. And by my estimation, the back of the lot would then line up perfectly with the building next door for Humble Bagel, and would then start to fit in within the scale and the character of the neighborhood, which it does not at this time. The only comment of the City Planning Commission person was one of the members interjected to say, this is just too big, as they voted against it. A solution is, don't make it so big. Reject the conditional use and let them build on 5,000 square feet. They can put parking behind that on there. They can develop the area behind it with apartments and use it however they choose to.
Thank you, Mr. Pointer. That's your time.
Thank you.
Marilyn Pointer, followed by Peter Gordon.
All right. Sorry, Marilyn's deferring to me.
We don't see time. So Marilyn, if you want to put your comment on the record, you'll need to come up and speak. That's the rule.
All right, if for some reason you consider it necessary to approve this conditional use, please do attach the provisos proposed by Councilwoman Harris, which I believe are recommendations of the city planning staff. If followed, these provisos will result in a better design. These provisos only focus on building design standards and the architectural appearance being a fit on this historic urban commercial corridor. What has not been addressed yet is the other requirement of the HUMU zoning that the development be compatible with the surrounding residential neighborhood. None of the proposed provisos address the safety and noise concerns of the adjacent neighbors. If you do decide to approve this conditional use, please add provisos protecting safety and quality of life as follows. Number one, safety proviso. The site must be securely locked up, preventing access to the site when operating food service. No open access park at night. So important. We do not want people loitering there at all hours of the night. It would be a disaster. That would include full height walls, fences, gates. Noise proviso. Adopt the same proviso that applies to the outdoor patio at Gasa Gasa, which is a live music venue on an outside patio block, half a block from this site, which impacts all of us exactly the same. The proviso attached to Gasa Gasa's approval by the city council several years ago is no amplified music and no DJs outdoors. It would only be fair to apply these same standards to this much larger business. Let's see, number three, second noise proviso, limit the operating hours to 7 a.m. to 10 p.m. Sunday through Thursday, 7 a.m. to 10:30 p.m. Friday and Saturday. Every restaurant on Ferret Street closes by 10 p.m. every night of the week, except Val's, which closes at 10:30 on Friday and Saturday. Limit this restaurant and bar to the same hours as Val's. There is no reason a restaurant should be open later than that. Thanks. I will be glad to answer any questions that you may have.
Thanks, Ms. Pointer. That's your time.
Okay.
Thank you. Peter Gordon. Followed by Billy Blatty, and then followed by David Clements.
Hello, and thank you so much for your time today. My name is Peter Gordon. I'm the Director of Operations and Partner for Together LLC, and I'm here speaking for support for the project listed on Ferret Street. Our goal is to provide and create an inviting and welcoming environment for the community and the neighborhood as a whole. Our goal is not to infringe or create any undue hardships on our neighborhood. We have heard concerns both from the city council, from various boards, as well as the neighborhood, and have made changes to the plans that have been submitted to address those. We have added deciduous trees and vegetation along the outside, which will help in limiting the inherent noise complaints for this business. We, of course, intend to comply with all regulations and for our hours of operation. And in concerns to the size of the space regarding the conditional use, our goal is to not provide an interior space, but rather a larger gathering space so that people may be able to spread out and create a larger green space for gathering within the neighborhood. We have listened to concerns and have created facades along the exterior of the street to limit the gatherings to the interior of the space by putting all buildings along the both Ferret Street and other roadways, as well as moving the entrance of the building to the corner so that it is a visible entrance that is visible for everybody in conjunction with the city requirements.
Do you all have each other's number?
We do.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Billy Blatty? You're waving? He's in support. David Clements? David Clements in support. Brian Unger? Brian? And he'll be followed by Benji Lee.
Thank you for hearing me. I am on a design and architecture team for the site. I can appreciate many of the comments we've heard. We've made an effort to address many of those as far as scale and proportion with the adjacent lots. I think we are able to secure our site with the perimeter fence that we added on the revised drawings. I also think we've made that corner a very attractive entry point, and at the same time securable. The materials are more than adaptable to the site in particular, with many vegetative walls and screens that we think will enhance the corner on Ferret.
Okay, thank you. Benji Lee, followed by L. Catherine Harmon. Benji's in support. Catherine Harmon. Are you here?
Yes.
Okay. Hey,
Hi. I am the local architect on the design team, and I'm just here to answer any questions that any of y'all may have.
anyone have any questions? All right, you are in support, I assume?
Yes.
Okay, Chad Russell, followed by Jewel Bunch. Are y'all want to speak? All right, they're in support. Kirsten Collins. In support. Gabrielle Blatty. He's in support. Janique Torres. Kendra Swearingen. Moshe Habad. He's gone. He's in support. Nathan Hammer. In support, Alexandra Collins. In support, Brandon Jones. Oh, hey, Brandon. In support, Brandon's my neighbor, just so y'all know. Talia Deal. In support, Ashley Hillsman. Ashley, do you want to say anything? Followed by Constance Jackson and then Jared Barrett.
Hello, everyone.
Hi, Ashley.
Ashley Hillsman, and on behalf of the New Orleans Chamber of Commerce, we are in support of this development as they followed what the CPC was asking them to do, and meeting time constraints did not allow them to present the new information and then new plans and designs, is why they weren't able to support that at the time of their meeting. So they have been working with them hand in hand to develop what the neighborhood wants, and we want them to invest in developing our local neighborhoods. So thank you.
Thank you. Constance Jackson.
Hi, Connie Jackson, better known as Constance. Evening. I am representing my mother, Dr. Gloria Jackson Bacon, and my aunt Joyce Johnson Burton, who lives, we're at 2401 and 2409 Upper Line. My grandparents bought this property in the 50s. We've watched the neighborhood, the very vibrant neighborhood, both fall down and come back again. In each case, the neighborhood was vibrant because of local businesses that were local and that made a major investment in the corridor. I guess my biggest concern is that this looks like something that could fold up in a couple of days and be gone if it decided to. We like Val's, we like That Dog, both of which have great outdoor plazas, but they also made some significant investments in a permanent building that was there. I think the rushed nature of this effort I think the thing that's been the most concerning right now on Upper Line, because obviously we're 3 houses down from where the lot starts. We can't even park on both sides of the street because the street is too narrow between LaSalle and Marlboro Court. On Thursday and Friday nights, people park on the grass. They've already eliminated one of our neighbors' young trees by just sort of pushing it over. People are driving the wrong way down the street. So we already have lots of problems with traffic, lots of problems with people who've consumed too much alcohol. And so I just really want to see something a little bit more permanent. I'd like to see a long-term investment in the neighborhood. And I'd like to see something that says, because all the people who are in support, none of them live in the neighborhood. And lots of people in the neighborhood that I spoke with, I canvassed the last couple nights, no one remembered anything about this because the consultation was months and months ago, and there've been several deferrals. So I really feel as if, I'd like to see it at a minimum deferred to have a little bit more time to discuss with the neighbors, particularly on both sides of Upper Line. I think Valence is a little bit different.
Thank you, Ms. Jackson. And can you give your address for the record? I was just reminded.
I'm at 2409 Upper Line.
Okay.
And which is my mother, and next door is 2401 Upper Line.
Okay,
And we've been in the neighborhood a long time,
All right.
1955.
thank you so much.
You're welcome.
Ms. Jared Barrett? You want to come up and speak?
Standard. Run.
Okay, and support. All these cards will go on the record, and then there are 3 online comments. Anita, can you go ahead and read those?
First comment is from Angela Rudez. Councilwoman Harris, I'm opposed to the conditional use application for an outdoor restaurant / bar at 4730 Ferret Street. Please don't overrule a unanimous CPC vote denying the application and a CPC staff that determined the planned outdoor restaurant did not meet the building design standards of the zoning code and drastically departs from the character of Ferret Street. Please don't risk the great thing we have going on here on Ferret and in the surrounding neighborhood on a rushed, frivolously designed radical change to the character of Ferret Street. Elizabeth Logan says, I'm opposed to the conditional use application for an outdoor restaurant bar at 4730 Ferret Street. Please deny the zoning change. Noise from the large number of customers that can fit into this proposed bar restaurant is a primary concern for nearby neighbors. Please require the applicants to reapply again next year with a more thoughtful plan addressing noise. If you determine that you must approve the application, please make the property subject to the same noise management requirements that the city imposed upon the outdoor patio area of Gasa Gasa half a block away, which is no amplified music outside, no DJs outside. And the last comment is from John Logan. I'm opposed to the conditional use application for an outdoor restaurant bar at 4730 Ferret Street. The planned outdoor restaurant bar is just too big for this small scale commercial district along Ferret Street and for the surrounding residential neighborhood. The proposed site is much larger than any other restaurant or bar on Ferret Street. The allowed capacity of customers will create much more noise, all outdoors and projecting outward over our homes adjacent to the site. Additionally, since parking on Ferret Street is already limited, customers will inevitably park their cars on nearby side streets where parking is already tight. Please reject this application, which will not prevent the owners from opening a restaurant. It will simply require that the restaurant be a more appropriate size for the Ferret Street corridor, which is less than 5,000 square feet.
Thank you, Anita. I'm going to go ahead and move approval. Can I get a second? Seconded by Councilmember Morel. Any opposition? Motion passes. Thank you.
For now, at the bottom of page 27, zoning docket 3123 has been deferred to August 10th. On top of page 28, zoning docket 3523 is past the deadline and it dies. This matter was inadvertently stated at the meeting of 7/13/23 that the petition dies. It should have been continued to this meeting. This matter has been placed on a July 27 council agenda to state in the records correctly. The petition dies. Zoning docket 3923 is deferred to August 10th. On top of page 29, legislative group and zoning docket 4223, Professional Funeral Services, Inc., requesting a zoning change from a light industrial district to an MU1 medium intense mixed-use district. The petition site encompasses the entirety of Square 1804 and the third municipal district bounded by Franklin Avenue, Abundant Street, Agricultural Street, and Eve Street. Municipal addresses 2905 through 2941 Franklin Avenue. The recommendation of the City Planning Commission being for approval. Motion M 23-330 by Councilmember Green, approving the applicant's zoning change request on zoning docket number 4223. Huh? Council members, we have motion M 23-329 by Councilmember Green, directing the City Planning Commission to conduct a public hearing to consider granting a conditional use to permit a community center and an HURD2 historic urban two-family residential district on Square 766, lots 23 and 24 in the 4th Municipal District, bounded by North Roman Street, New Orleans Avenue, North Durbany Street, St. Bernard Avenue, and 7th Street. Municipal address 1660 North Roman Street. We need to suspend the rules to take this matter up.
Members of the council, I'm just moving to suspend the rules to allow for consideration of this motion. May I entertain a second? It's been probably seconded by Councilmember Morrell. We need one other. Councilman Harris is here. Okay. All in favor? Aye. All right. There being no opposition, it moves forward. So members,
Wait, Councilmember, you need to
Gonna add-
suspend it one more time to add it.
all right, motion to suspend the second time to add to the agenda.
Second.
All in favor? No comments? No opposition? Thank you very much. So I'm introducing this motion under suspension to allow the applicant, the Black School Incorporated, the opportunity to revisit the conditional use request. This is located on a parcel that's in the 7th Ward, near the Autocrat Club. You may have seen it if you go by, but the zoning document has been referred beyond the deadline at the request of the applicant, which technically results in a denial of the conditional use request. So I believe that the underlying project for a community center has potential merit and that the council should have an opportunity to revisit the request. So therefore I move for approval of this motion. Seconded by Councilmember Morrell. Are there any questions or comments from council members? All in favor? No opposed. Thank you very much for your support. Deferred.
Okay, council members, we're now going back to page 29.
Well, not back, but okay.
We have zoning docket 4223, Professional Funeral Services, Inc., requesting a zoning change from a light industrial district to an MU1 medium intensity mixed use district. The petition site encompasses the entirety of Square 1804 in the 3rd Municipal District, bounded by Franklin Avenue, Abundant Street, Agriculture Street, and Eads Street. Municipal addresses 2905 through 2941 Franklin Avenue. The recommendation of the City Planning Commission being for approval. We have motion M 23-330 by Councilmember Green, approving the applicant's zoning change request on zoning docket 42. Zoning docket 4223.
Members of the council and members of the public, I am pleased that a long lighted site is going to be converted to a higher and better use in this particular case based on an investment by Professional Funeral Services in the site. I'm going to ask Mr. Kroll to update us, and I want to thank the City Planning Commission for the work that they've done in this regard.
Thank you, council member. This application seeks to extend the mixed-use zoning district to this property in the 2900 block of Franklin Avenue. And of course, the purpose for it, as you said, is to allow Professional Funeral Services to construct a new facility. It actually is a down zoning of the property. It would go from an industrial zoning to a mixed-use zoning. So the impact is to not only allow its redevelopment, but to allow other uses that are really more compatible with the surrounding context. And for that reason, the Planning Commission supports it, sees this as a good change in land use, a good economic development activity, and recommends approval of the zoning change.
It's a great use of that site. It used to be a former movie theater, the Tiger Movie Theater. It was blighted for decades, and not gonna be a funeral. I mean, it's gonna be a funeral home again. It was never gonna be a movie theater again, but the applicant plans to construct a funeral home. They have experience in the area. It's already enclosed with a chain link fence and asphalt paving remains on the site. And I appreciate again the work of the City Planning Commission and also the investment by the business owner who identified this site as something that he wanted to make a spectacular investment in, and you're gonna see it as we come forward and you see the plans. Doesn't have to be, but is there a representative or professional here today? Not necessary. Everything is done. It's been approved by the City Planning Commission members. I ask for your vote on zoning docket number 42. I'm sorry, motion 23-330. It's been seconded by Council Member Thomas. Are there any questions? Any public comments? Anything online? Members, all in favor, please signify so by saying aye. Aye. No nays, and thank you very much. And once again, for the record, thank you to the investor. It's going to be an exciting use of that site.
We're now on top of page 30, a legislative grouping, zoning docket 4323, New Orleans Property Partners LLC, requesting a conditional use to permit the retail sale of packaged alcoholic beverages in a CBD5 urban core neighborhood lower intensity mixed use district on square 256, parcel 2 or lots A and 37 in the first municipal district, bounded by Howard Avenue, Barone Street, O'Keefe Avenue on Julia Street. Municipal address 929 Howard Avenue. The recommendation of the City Planning Commission being for approval with 2 provisos. Motion M23-322 by Councilmember Harris, approving and granting the applicant's conditional use request on zoning docket 4323, subject to 2 provisos set forth by the City Planning Commission.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Stephen, can you brief us on the CPC report?
Thank you, council member. This is a proposal for an office building on Howard Avenue to be occupied by Southern Glazers Wine and Spirits. That is an alcohol wholesaler that sells to businesses. As a zoning matter, it's considered retail sale of packaged alcohol, but that's really only in the technical sense. This is not selling to the public. It is simply wholesaling to businesses. However, to align their zoning entitlement with the licensing they need, this conditional use approval is required. The Planning Commission is supportive given the wholesaling nature and has included a proviso that does restrict the approval to wholesaling. Therefore, really no potential impact on the public, and the Planning Commission recommends approval.
Thank you, Stephen. Michael?
Thank you, Councilwoman. Michael Duplantier for the Lafayette Square Association. I'm at 820 Barone Street. I wanted to reinforce what was just said. As you know, in our neighborhood, we zealously guard against alcoholic beverage permits, especially conditional uses. This one we have no position on, and I'm really here for information only because it's a very unusual situation. Very briefly, you're getting a conditional use for retail sales, but in fact, the proviso says they can't do it. So that's very strange, and I've never seen one quite like that before. So I think it suggests that maybe the ordinance needs to be looked at, the zoning ordinance needs to be looked at. But having said that, with the motion of Commissioner Sieg at the Planning Commission level to restrict it to wholesale sales only, we have no objection to it.
Thank you.
Okay.
I appreciate you coming down. Jill Gotro? Jill? Oh.
Jill Gotro, Keen Miller, 909 Porter Street, New Orleans. I'm here on behalf of the applicant. Mr. Kroll gave the explanation that I was planning on giving to you guys. This is for Southern Glazers. They are a wholesaler. We're here because they're planning a sales office building there. They want to take a small portion of it to do what's known in the industry as direct warehouse sales. It will be a small portion of the first floor. There are 3 floors. The rest will be office space. And so we requested a zoning verification. It came back that, this is, despite the fact that it's wholesale sales, it's retail sales. So it's a dichotomy between the CZO and the alcoholic beverage code.
Thank
So-
you. Any questions from any of my council members? Any online comment? Okay, I'll go ahead and move. Seconded by Council President Morrell. All in favor?
All right.
Thank you.
Thank you.
We're now on top of page 31. Zoning docket 443023 has been deferred to August 10th. On top of page 32, a legislative grouping. Zoning docket 4623, city council motion M23M, requesting a text amendment to Article 17.3.a, table 17-1, permitted in conditional uses, and any corresponding charts and tables of the comprehensive zoning ordinance to add broadcasting studio as a permitted use in the CBD5 urban core neighborhood lower intensity mixed use district. The proposed text amendment would affect regulations that are applied to the CBD5 district, which is in central business district and encompasses Lafayette Square and much of the surrounding area. The recommendation of the City Planning Commission being for approval. We have motion M23-323 by Councilmember Harris, approving and granted the applicant's text amendment request on zoning docket 4623.
Thank you. Stephen, will you brief us, please?
Yes, council member, this is a motion that would allow for broadcast studios in this portion of the central business district. Your office originally proposed it in the context of WWOZ potentially relocating in the district. That did not move forward, but it raised the interesting question of why broadcast studios should not be allowed here. Fundamentally, they're akin to offices which are allowed in the district. The most impactful elements tend to be the antenna, which are regulated separately and don't always co-locate at the studio site itself, as was the case for WWOZ. And so with that in mind, the Planning Commission thinks it's appropriate to eliminate this regulatory distinction from broadcast studios and office spaces and recommends approval of this motion.
Great. Any online comment? All right, I'll move. Seconded by Councilmember Jeruso. Any opposition? Motion passes. Thank you.
We're now on top of page 33, a legislative grouping, ordinance calendar number 34,143 by Councilmember Jeruso. An ordinance to require augmentation of the contact information included on roadwork.nola.gov. The roadwork website, which was designed to provide the public with information about the Federal Emergency Management Agency funded Joint Infrastructure Recovery Roads project currently under construction and planned citywide and otherwise to provide with respect thereto. And there is an amendment. The amendment is by Councilmember Jeruso. On page 2, after line 8, insert the following. Section 2, the Council of the City of New Orleans hereby ordains that roadwork outreach specialists assigned to each project shall be the primary contact person for the neighborhood association.
Thank you. Members, this has been an ongoing issue, I know, for a number of our offices, and all this is trying to do is frankly cut out the middleman between the government and the work that's being done. What we want to do is accomplish two things. Number one, with the amendment, is make sure that whoever is the outreach specialist assigned to each project is the primary contact person for neighborhood association, thereby not only doing their job, but also more importantly, making sure the public is properly informed on a regular basis, since those neighborhood meetings happen on a regular basis. And number two, making sure that the project manager's contact information for this road work, which is going on throughout the city, is properly applied. I have a full-blown PowerPoint prepared, which I know comes as a surprise to nobody here. I will shelve it in the interest of time unless people have questions. So, Mr. Burnside, I know you have 2 minutes. Give that to you, sir, and happy to open the floor to anybody with comments or concerns.
While Mr. Burnside is approaching, council member, if I could add my name to this, Matthew from my office will be very happy.
Thank you. Absolutely, Councilmember Harris. Mr. Burnside.
Yeah, So rather than beat up on Roadwork NOLA, let's just take a step backwards and say that informed consent is part of democracy, right? And the lack of informed consent means that democracy erodes. So I think that more than just posting the actual project manager so that he can be contacted by the appropriate homeowners associations, over time, we need to think about the example given to us by the federal government, specifically the declassification efforts. Certainly World War II history has been changed by the declassification efforts of historians. Certainly we all hope someday to get all of JFK's assassination records. So government has a obligation, if it wishes to remain in the hearts of its citizens, to provide them with more than merely hope. It needs to provide them with an understanding of where they are and how they got there. So a lot of us don't know a lot of things about the roadwork NOLA. We don't know the contracts. We don't know how much money was spent. We don't know why they were signed. We don't know a lot of things. And that erodes trust. Are they going to get it right next time? Becomes a legitimate question if they didn't get it right in the past. So this is a small step forward. I mean, it's nice to know who to bitch to, but ultimately, at some point, we needed the equivalent of declassification effort. We need to get these contracts into the public eye, even if it's 5 years from now. We need to get the amount of money spent into the public eye, even if it's 5 years from now, so that we can be informed as we move forward on the 40-year horizons and on the 100-year horizons. I mean, Plaza Tower has been there for 20 years. So to look at a 5-year shrug and say, okay, some of this is proprietary, some of this has economic impact right now.
30 seconds.
But over time, how the city makes its economic and legal choices is reflective of what kind of choices they're going to make in the future. And we need to change our law department.
Thank you. Mr. Burnside, stay tuned for first read because some of the things you raised may just be coming soon to a theater near you. Council members Thomas, then Green.
First of all, I mean, this ordinance should be standard operating procedure. In the annals of city councils, everyone who's ever been a district council member's name should be added. Everyone who's a district member now's name should be added. And everyone who's ever will be should be added. This is the ultimate in district politics. So add my name, please, and everybody after me. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Thomas. Councilmember Green.
Thank you. Councilmember Thomas spoke for me, but I do want to take an opportunity to thank you, Councilmember Giarrusso. And I do express some of what Mr. Burnside said, but I want to encourage the public to use these tools, to use this. This is yet another tool that allows you to get information. There was a meeting not too long ago that involved Public Works at City Park, and there were 250 people there. And that was a good thing to see those members of the public there. But then there was a meeting at McDonald 35 a couple of days ago where Roadworks NOLA and Public Works people were there. And Mr. Burnside came from Uptown to attend that meeting, Felicity Street. But the turnout wasn't great. So at the end of the day, it's okay to call the council office, but the bottom line is that we want to get the issues resolved. So this is a great tool to have the contact information that you need. And I agree with Councilman Thomas, we should all be locked in, especially as district council people. We want to get it done, but this is yet another tool, and I want to encourage the public to utilize it and to attend those meetings that give you a chance to meet directly with those who are involved with the spending of the money that's allocated. Thank you, Councilman.
Thank you. Would you like to be added, Councilmember?
Absolutely.
All right.
Absolutely.
Okay, so we have Councilmember Harris, myself, Green, Thomas added.
I'd like to be added too.
All
I know when you're talking about district issues, you guys just like at large who needs them, but you know. I mean,
we're gonna allow it this time.
if Mr. Brown says I shouldn't do it, then I won't do it.
We're gonna allow it. All right, so let's vote on the amendment first. I'll move, seconded by Councilmember Harris. All in favor, 5 yeas, no nays. I'll move on the ordinance as amended. Councilmember Thomas will second. Seeing no opposition, it carries unanimously. Thank you very much.
We're now on top of page 34. Ordinance calendar number 34,187 has been deferred to August 10th. Ordinance calendar number 34,188 has been deferred to August 10th. On top of page 35, all matters, ordinance calendar number 34,198 has been deferred to August 24th. and referred to the Climate Change and Sustainability Committee. Ordinance calendar number 34,241 has been deferred to October the 5th. On top of page 36, we have a legislative group and ordinance calendar number 34,255 by Councilmember Harris. An ordinance to amend and reordain Articles 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 17, and 28 of the Comprehensive Zoning Ordinance, ordinance number 42,064 MCS as amended by ordinance number 26,413 MCS, and subsequent amendments to create standards for affordable home ownership opportunities by amending Article 5, Article 26, and/or Article 28, and any related articles according to the City Planning Commission, and to consider the community land trust model to define and create standards for affordable home ownership development and otherwise to provide with respect thereto. And there is an amendment to ordinance calendar number 34,255 by Councilmember Harris. After section 9 on page 22, after line 163, insert the following. Section 10, the Council of the City of New Orleans hereby ordains that this ordinance shall become effective on September 1st, 2024.
Madam Clerk, I have an amendment to the amendment, which is to correct the effective date from September 1st, 2024 to September 1st, 2023. So I'll go ahead and make that verbal amendment, motion to amend. Seconded by Councilmember Thomas. All in favor? Everyone's in favor?
You only have 4.
Oh, I need another person. Okay, so we have quorum. All right. So for the edification of the public, this amendment simply adds an effective date of September 1st, 2023 to the ordinance. The purpose is to give safety and permits time to get proper monitoring in place so the program can actually hit the ground running when it begins. And it also gives safety and permits time to put together the necessary code changes that correspond with the changes to the CZO. I do have 2 public comments, Michael Burnside, followed by Monique Blossom.
Hi, Michael Burnside, 2215 Felicity. I'm learning hard lessons from my good friend Councilman Green. I need to say more positive things, which is not habitual in my past history. So Councilwoman Harris, thank you very much for your affordable and workforce housing efforts in the Rivergate and other districts, and your continued interest in where poor people are allowed to live, which is kind of really important. So I do appreciate that a great deal. The whole proper monitoring and enforcement and all that kind of stuff brings up the whole idea of staffing. And so I will take this moment to beat my drum that I have beaten so many times before, which is that all of you need at least 1 more staff person. I'm sure you can find work for them. And politically, it may not be pleasant, but I think a lot of people come here with problems because it's a lot easier to come here than to approach the administration directly. You guys are here twice a month and you're here for hours. People can come and talk and go. It's harder to reach that personal level of connection with administration. So you get a lot of stuff on your plate, and I'm sure you could use more staff and put them to work.
Thank you, Mr. Burnside. I know you've been called the 8th council member on Twitter, at least by 1 person. Monique Blossom.
Hi, Monique Blossom, Louisiana Fair Housing Action Center, 1340 Poydras Street. I second the notion for more staffers for all of you. But to talk about affordable housing, a lot of times I'm here talking about affordable rental housing in New Orleans, and rightfully so, but we're really excited for this ordinance that will expand our profile of affordable housing, home ownership opportunities, because we really want to use every tool that we have to address the growing housing crisis. So thank you, Councilmember Harris. I think moving forward, we have to stay aware of all the factors that are putting a strain on home ownership in the city. Proliferation of short-term rentals, rising utility cost, even the cost of materials to make a repair to your home, and on and on and on and on. So I hope that we can all keep that in mind, because we want to make sure that when we're creating affordable homeownership opportunities, that we make sure that they remain affordable for people. So thank you.
Thank you. And Madam Clerk reminded me that we voted on my verbal amendment, but not this amendment. So I will move to amend.
No, you need to vote on the amendment as amended.
I need to vote on the amendment as amended. I get a second by Council Vice President Moreno. Any opposition? All right, we're good to go. Thank you.
Wait, now you gotta vote on the ordinance as amended.
Councilmember Harris, we have one online comment.
Okay, let's do the online comment and then I'll try to get my life together. Thank you.
This is from Andrew Morris. She says passing measures to assist in the production and preservation of affordable housing in New Orleans will do us no good if we continue to delay their implementation. From the gutted Healthy Homes ordinance to this proposed delay, the council continues to grandstand on the idea of housing as a human right without actually following through. Moving forward, when ordinances are passed, there should be a plan of action to ensure that the execution of those ordinances are not kicked down the road. And that's it for the online comments.
Thank you. I think Andronika's comment is based on the 2024, which we just amended out. So we will now vote as amended.
Councilmember Harris, may I make a comment?
Yes, sir.
I just want to thank you for this and just emphasize what I've talked about before. The way to build wealth and to build long-term stability in our city is to create more homeowners with whatever methods we need to be able, that we have available to us. And this is yet another tool that helps us to create home ownership. It's important to recognize that one of the reasons for the wealth gap in our city, almost the reason for the wealth gap in our city, is home ownership. Right now, if you own a home in our city, for the most part, it's going to be worth $200,000 or whatever it is, something to leave on. But at the end of the day, we don't have enough home ownership. We're focused on so much rental and we're focused on affordability of rentals that we sometimes forget that the way to build wealth in a community, especially a community that's been discriminated against for so many years, for so many decades, centuries, is to create home ownership opportunities, wealth that can be passed on to their descendants. So that's all. Thank you very much for your work.
Thank you, Councilmember Green. Okay, we're going to vote on the ordinance as amended.
Seconded.
Seconded by Council Vice President Moreno. Any opposition? Okay, we're good to go. Thank you.
We're now on top of page 37. Ordinance calendar number 34,265 has been deferred to August 10th. Ordinance calendar number 34,266 by Councilmember Thomas. An ordinance to amend and reordain section 162-155 of the Code of the City of New Orleans to extend the renewal period for expired certificates of public necessity, decrease the reinstatement fee, allow for the reissuance of certain revoked CPNCs, and otherwise to provide with respect to.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. During the pandemic, taxi cab drivers were not working. And once the city started opening back up, they gave the taxi drivers a limited amount of time to renew their CPNCs before they would be revoked. Many drivers lost their numbers due to the unaffordability after the pandemic. And this is an effort to correct that, especially in one of the older transportation models. I think sometimes we forget all of those family members who drove a cab to pay for us to go to college and work our way through this society. So I think this corrects something that happened during the pandemic. I move adoption. Second by Councilmember Harris.
You short one.
Yeah, just somebody could just put a toe in the chain. We just need a toe, that's all. Monica's been sitting out there all day and ain't saying hello. Wait till I'm gonna tell her husband and her children.
I would just like to point out to Councilmember Green, I see somebody from Jesuit class of 2000 in the chambers.
Man, thank you. You can put, I'll put in that plug. I would mention Jesuit, but just to mention another school.
Just to break it up for today.
Yeah, break it up. I can't wait till we have Carver Clark and Lawless Day, and Booker T Day, Cohen Day. I'm with them. Yeah. Still not gonna stop all those guys who come up and happen to have gone to St. Albans, but I won't make that up. Yeah, move again, properly second. We got a tow in the chamber. 5 yeas, no nays, it's adopted. Thank you. Thank you,
All right.
Council.
On top of page 38, ordinance calendar number 34,275 has been deferred to August 10th. Ordinance calendar number 34,277 has been deferred to August 10th. At the bottom of the page, ordinance calendar number 34,283 has been withdrawn. On top of page 39, ordinance calendar number 34,284 has been deferred to October 5th. On top of page 40, legislative grouping, ordinance calendar number 34,288 by Councilmember Morrell. An ordinance to amend and reordain section 7010 of the code of the city of New Orleans to establish an exemption for contracts approved by ordinance and otherwise to provide with respect thereto. And there is an amendment to 34,288 by Councilmember Morrell. On page 1, in the preamble, remove the word ordinance and insert in lieu thereof the word the council. In section 1, on line 11, remove the word ordinance and insert in lieu thereof the word the council.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. The amendment is technical in nature. It simply addresses the fact that there are some contractual approvals that we do that are not done by ordinance and covers all possible variations. That's what it does. I'll move adoption of the amendment. Can I get a second? Second by Councilmember Harris. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Hearing none, it is approved unanimously. On the underlying bill itself, this is pretty straightforward, ladies and gentlemen. Basically, there are instances in which the council is a party to the approval of a settlement or of a contract that is rote in nature and is required to be approved by the council. This simply creates a clarification that our previous law that we had regarding council approvals, where the council actively has to be involved in that process, or for contracts that are not rote and required to be approved by the council as a matter of law. So with that, I will move approval of the ordinance as amended. I guess second by Councilmember Jeruso. All in favor, say aye. Aye. Opposed? Hearing none, is approved unanimously. Thank you. As amended.
On top of page 41, we have motion 34,290 by Council Members Jeruso, Moreno, Green, and Thomas by request. An ordinance to amend ordinance number 29,265 MCS as amended, entitled an ordinance providing an operating budget of revenues for the city of New Orleans for the year 2023 to appropriate court settlement funds to the health department for the opioid abatement task force to address issues related to the opioid crisis and otherwise to provide with respect thereto.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Members, this was voted favorably out of committee after Dr. Abegno's explanation. I move for approval, seconded by Councilmember Harris. Seeing no opposition, it carries unanimously. Thank you.
At the bottom of the page, ordinance calendar number 34,291 by Council Members Jeruso, Moreno, Green, and Thomas by request. An ordinance to amend ordinance number 29,266 MCS as amended, entitled an ordinance providing an operating budget of expenditures for the city of New Orleans for the year 2023 to appropriate court settlement funds to the health department for the opioid abatement task force to address issues related to the opioid crisis and otherwise to provide with respect thereto.
Thank you. This is a companion ordinance. I move for approval, seconded by Councilmember Thomas. Seeing no opposition, it passes unanimously.
On top of page 42. We have ordinance calendar number 34,292 by Councilmember King by request, adding Councilmember Green. An ordinance authorizing the mayor of the city of New Orleans to enter into a cooperative endeavor agreement between the city of New Orleans and Ujama Economic Development Corporation, Inc., for a term greater than 1 year for the public purpose of establishing the Claiborne Corridor Cultural Innovation District in the city of New Orleans in accordance with the 2018 CCID Master Plan as more fully detailed in the Cooperative Endeavor Agreement form attached here to as Exhibit A and otherwise to provide with respect thereto.
Members, the city of New Orleans and the Ujamaa Economic Development Corporation will enter into a cooperative endeavor agreement to establish the Claiborne Corridor Cultural Innovation District, a 19-block space under the elevated I-10 Expressway. Now, I'm going to say these things because I have the notes I want the public to know, and I know you're going to repeat them. That's fine. Under the agreement, the city will provide guidance, and Ujamaa will be a project manager receiving an annual fee of $50,000 in year one and $75,000 thereafter. The city and Ujamaa will complete phase one of the project and work collaboratively to find additional funding for the future phases of the project. For the public's edification, the Economic Development Administration funded phase one of the project is to activate the blocks from Lafitte Greenway to Orleans Avenue, very underutilized at present, into a cultural marketplace through infrastructure improvements, visual arts, movable structures, and green landscaping and programming. We have representatives here today to describe to the public this project and its importance, and thank you for doing it.
Thank you. So I would like to certainly introduce the people who are with me today. So we do have our Vice President of our board, Mr. Doug Chase III. To my left, we have our Construction and Project Manager, Juan Allen. And you all know Courtney.
Hey,
and we also have members from community and stakeholders present with us today in the chambers. This is a long time coming, right?
Yeah.
A long time coming. So we are very excited to be here to get all of these wonderful yays as we move this idea forward. For those who don't know, this is not a new idea in terms of how we mitigate the space beneath the bridge. It actually started with the Claiborne Avenue design team in the 70s. Soon after the bridge went up, Community and Tremaine and Sunport said, you know what? We can do better about how we manage the space. Unfortunately, that idea was not funded and it was shelved. But it was revisited with the Livable Claiborne Community Study after Katrina. And the idea said, you know what? We can help Black businesses return to Claiborne Avenue. We can improve our community. And so then we put forth the master plan of 2018 and we did a year worth of surveys. Over 3,000 community members participated to say what they want to see happen under the bridge. And we were so excited to receive a catalytic investment from the Economic Development Administration. So the federal government is very much interested in this project and will continue to be partners with us. We now have phase one about to start from the Lafitte Greenway, which you all know was your first investment in this area. So we're glad to kind of manage that investment and so really celebrate everything that New Orleans has to offer. From the beginning, our health and our wealth are so important. So this is going to be the start of that. There's going to be green infrastructure improvements. There's going to be, of course, a marketplace, a built environment for us. And there's going to be wonderful ways that we celebrate our culture. We'll do programming monthly is where we'll start, and then we will build it out from there. But we're welcome to take any questions that you all may have.
Yes,
That's my brief intro.
and we'll probably have a couple of comments, but I want to thank you for your patience in getting this done, because I mean, it would have been easy to walk away and say, what the heck is going on? The funding isn't there. But a long time ago, when the interstate was brought through and devastated our communities, there was a promise that there was going to be an ability for the businesses that operated in that area or even were created there to do business. And you have taken a area that is going to serve as an example as to what you can do with the areas that are under the elevated interstate. I greatly appreciate that. I hope that your efforts will encourage the public to recognize that the entire rest of the area under Claiborne Avenue should look like that. There's no excuse for some of the things that are going on right now that have prevented businesses from doing businesses, residents from moving into the corridor. I'm not going to go deeply into that, but you all know what I'm talking about. This is what was supposed to happen under the elevated expressway. It could never make up for the total destruction of the business community. However, in a way, maybe it will. That was a little bit negative, and I'm not negative like that. No, it will. This will some way, because you all are focused and committed, make up for some of the challenges that were created by the decision to bring that interstate through that vibrant economic development district of African Americans. Thank you. Councilman Thomas. Well, firstly, Toussaint L'Ouverture and Geronimo can tell you about promises. And I think this doesn't rely on promises. It's an agreement that hopefully there'll be funding to support that agreement Chairman Chase, Reed, other members, Sally, Ty. When you know the history of that community of Treme, a major part of my family comes out of the Treme 67 Ward. My dad was a Thomas, but the Jalous, the Francis, the Martins, the Augustins, the Boyds, all the way back to the Black Cat, Leon, the Storyville, who was one of my original cousins. I think this organization, for folk, if you understand it, is probably, given the challenges under the bridge and in that strip now, is the only salvation for one of the oldest Black cultural meccas in the history of this community. And I would hope that people begin to understand that if we lose this opportunity and if we don't maintain it, there is no humanity in it. And so there's some challenges under there that I know people are talking about humanity, but if you take my space, there ain't no humanity. If you water down and take my culture, there ain't no, excuse me, there isn't any humanity. So I think this is a central group and the central piece for that community that we have to embrace, we have to fund, and that we have to fight with. So thank you, Nari, thank you, Sally, thank you, Chairman, and thank you, all of you guys, because this is the soul of New Orleans.
Thank you very much, Councilman Thomas. Any other members of the council wish to comment? Again, Mr. Chase.
Thank you, council members, for allowing me to speak. And I think I tell everybody, growing up, hearing the stories of the Claiborne corridor, hearing the stories of the importance of the families that grew in there and the generations that came out of there and what they did for this community in this city. That has been my passion project with Nari and the other organizations in that area. I grew up hearing the stories of what Claiborne Avenue used to be, what Orleans Avenue used to be, what thriving businesses in the 6th and 7th Ward used to be. And I want to get that back. That's what I tell my kids and my family all the time. I said, my goal is not to continue the hospitality growth without the growth of the community that started us. So that is what I am here for. I hope you see me many times over with different organizations who key in and focus on that corridor, because that is my passion, is to get that back going with the stories that I heard, that families and generations were able to partake in that community. So thank you all again.
Claiborne Avenue used to be a place that was recognized, especially in the Black community, as a place that you had to go if you were in New Orleans. And people from rural areas came to New Orleans to marvel at the fact that we had insurance companies, we had funeral companies, we had businesses, grocery stores and things like that. This is the beginning of the restoration of the area under the Claiborne overpass, a very symbolic project that we embark upon today. And I want to thank you all very much for your investment.
Thank you. And I would also like to educate the public. Ujamaa means familyhood and cooperative economics. So that is our mission, that is our principle, and that is our guiding light.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Oh, Ms. Ecclesiastes. Sorry, I'm sorry.
Yeah, Madam.
I saw you walk up and I was
Queen
thinking that you
Ecclesiastes.
come to the table. Thank you very much, Asali, and thank you very much for the work, Ms. Ecclesiastes. We appreciate it.
Absolutely. I'm sitting on the community side of the work today, because no matter where I sit in all of my work, since I've come back to New Orleans as a young teacher, trying to get out of Nashville and back to the people who made me, this has always been near to heart and dear to heart. I appreciate all of the work that the council has been doing with us on this journey, on this part of the journey since 2014, right? When we picked up the mantle. And I want to thank the community for their steadfastness and staying with us and sticking with us through what seemed to be a lot of times like it would never happen. And the fact that we're gonna break ground in a couple of weeks, I'm tearing up right now. It's beautiful that it's about to happen. I thank you all, and I want to encourage you to make this more than a symbolic
events. This is critical to who we are as a city. Do we believe in equity or don't we? Are we anti-Black or are we not? Are we going to invest in the things that come from our people in our community? Are we going to continue to tell us that other people are more important than us, that they know more than us, and they have more of a right to who we are, and they have more of a right to our cultural products than we do? You know, there's a lot of things that's getting a lot of money. There are a lot of resources that are available for all kinds of things. I see $10 million, $100 million, $500 million projects coming up all over the place, and they're not investments that come from the likes of us. And it's time we invest in who we are. And so I thank you for this important step in that. And I look forward to seeing you every other step of the way, because there will be many, many more. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much for your work. And also, once again, thank you, Ujama, for the work that you do, and we're looking forward to it. Mr. Chase, I want to point you out, as busy as you are with your investments, with what your family has done, you find time to participate in things that are important to our community. We're going to remember the day more of the groundbreaking than today, but the bottom line is that we're moving in the right direction. Again, thank you all for your patience. So at this time, I'll ask members of the council, all in favor of 30.
Second.
Oh, second to the motion, seconded. Right, I'm ready to move forward. Ready to move forward. Get that seconding law. All right, all in favor of 30, it is seconded by Councilmember Morrell. All in favor of 34-292, please signify so by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed? All right, thank you. This was the only card that I had, and they're online. Looking forward to this project. Thank you.
At the bottom of the page, we have 34,293 by Councilmember Green. An ordinance to amend and reordain section 6-37 of the Code of the City of New Orleans to clarify language for the maximum allowable penalty for code violations and otherwise to provide respect thereto.
Members of the council and the public, this city council has been focused on issues of reducing blight. It's a very challenging issue in our city, but especially in District D, but I'm also pleased to see it happening in other districts. Long-standing blighted properties that have had a negative impact on our communities have been taken away. But in some instances, there are bad actors who don't respond to the city's requirements and also the city's outreach. So this ordinance provides clear language for continuity between state penalties and city penalties for criminal blighting of properties. We have been reduced in the past in our ability to get things done by the small fines. This is a step in the right direction. So this legislation was introduced by State Representative Mandy Landry. It was passed the House Bill number 378, Act 85, which increases the penalty for criminal blighting of property, increases the penalties for criminal blighting of properties. Perpetrators can be fined up to $500 per violation for the first offense, up to $1,000 per violation, and imprisonment for up to 6 months for the second offense, up to $2,000 per violation, and imprisonment for up to 1 year for the third offense. I know sometimes we don't like to hear the word imprisonment, but it is a crime for young children in this city who are going to school to have to walk past those abandoned and blighted properties that people refuse to do anything about. It is a crime that we have properties that could fall on people when they go near the property or in it. And many of these landlords know that the option for them exists to either sell it or to demolish their property, but yet they refuse to do so because the fines are too small. They do the economics, they do the calculations. In this particular instance, we do have a vehicle that is going to at least make it a little bit more of a penalty to engage in the ownership of blighted properties and not try to get something done. So can I get a second for calendar ordinance number 34-293? You need a quorum. We got it. OT, all right.
Councilman Green.
I have no card, but go ahead.
You have no card because I
all right.
am a lazy old man and I didn't go read section 6-37, but I will fill out a card. And I wanted to say thank you because I'm as much as you not in favor of blighted properties. So anything we can do to move our little selves down the little road a little more is a good thing. Thank you very much.
All right, I appreciate you saying that. Again, thank you for your commitment to our community. We'll argue in the future about something else, but I appreciate the fact that you're here and that you're interested very much in our city's welfare. Blight is not something that we should assume has to exist in the city of New Orleans. You can take care of your properties or tear them down, and we're gonna tear them down if they're gonna impose upon neighborhoods. So it has been properly moved and seconded,
Councilmember, who seconded? My house. Okay,
seconded by Councilmember Harris. Are there any online comments? That's the only card. Okay, all in favor of calendar number 34-293, please say aye.
Aye.
Thank you all very much, council members. We are addressing blight in our city.
on page 43, all matters, ordinance calendar number 34,294 has been deferred to August 10th and referred to the Budget Committee. Ordinance calendar number 34,295 has been deferred to August 10th and referred to the Budget Committee. On page 44, ordinance calendar number 34,293 has been deferred to August 10th and referred to the Budget Committee. Ordinance calendar number 34,297 has been deferred to August 10th and referred to the Budget Committee. On page 45, ordinance calendar number 34,298 has been deferred to August 10th and referred to the Budget Committee. Ordinance excuse. Ordinance calendar number 34,299 has been deferred to August 10th and referred to the Budget Committee. Page 46. Ordinance calendar number 34,300 has been deferred to August 10th and referred to the Budget Committee. Ordinance calendar number 34,301 has been deferred to August 10th and referred to the Budget Committee. On top of page 47, ordinance calendar number 34,302 has been deferred to August 10th and referred to the Budget Committee. Ordinance calendar number 34,303 has been deferred to August 10th and referred to the Budget Committee. On top of page 48. Ordinance calendar number 34,304 has been deferred to August 10th. Ordinance calendar number 34,305 has been deferred to August 10th. Ordinance calendar number 34,306 has been deferred to August 10th. On page 49, ordinance calendar number 34,307 has been withdrawn. On page 50. Ordinance calendar number 34,308 has been deferred to August the 10th as well as the amendment. On top of page 51. We have unfinished business, a legislative grouping. We have motion M 313 by Councilmember Morrell, amending and restating Rule 15A of the Council Rules and Regulations to read as follows. 15A, except as otherwise provided in this rule, any appointment to a board, commission, or public agency requiring council approval shall be made by motion, which shall be referred automatically to the Governmental Affairs Committee for initial consideration before approval by the full council. In accordance with City Code Section 2-81.1, no appointment motion may be considered until a nominee has submitted a completed and notarized questionnaire on forms provided by the Council Research Office. Any person whose appointment has been referred to the Governmental Affairs Committee pursuant to this subpart shall personally appear before the committee to answer questions germane to the appointment before any vote is taken on said appointment. The Governmental Affairs Committee may, at the election of the chair or by a majority vote of the committee members present, excuse any nominee from appearing personally when good cause exists. Directing and granting the Council Research Office the flexibility to make all appropriate formatting and numbering changes to the foregoing and existing rules to accommodate these changes. This motion was voted upon at our last meeting and there was a 5-2 vote. Now we have to reconsider this vote because information was left out in the original motion.
Thank you. At this time, I'll move to reconsider the vote. Second by Councilmember Jeruso. All in favor, say aye. Any opposed? Hearing none, 5-0. Next up, Madam Clerk. Madam Clerk, was this rule published, substitute motion published, and do you have to read the entire thing in its entirety?
It, because the first one was published, we didn't have to,
Okay, well then, I'm just trying to spare your voice.
okay, good,
It's lengthier, that's all.
okay.
Next up, we have substitute motion number M 23-313. Ladies and gentlemen, there were some growing pains from our last meeting. We realized that there wasn't enough clarity and specific timelines put into the rule. So what this seeks to do is to correct that by putting in those specific timelines, namely that if an individual cannot make the meeting, they are to contact the council member who is their sponsor for their appointment, and to fill out a form we will provide to say why they cannot attend, which that council person will submit on their behalf, thereby creating clear lines of communications and expectations regarding the appointment process. With that, I will move to adopt substitute motion number M 23-313. Can I get a second? Second by Councilmember Druso. All in favor, say aye. Any opposed? Hearing none, it is adopted.
We're now on the bottom of page 53. We have motion line over M 23-164 by Councilmember Morrell, stating that before any substantive filing, oh, I'm sorry, this is deferred.
No, Madam Clerk, we're moving forward.
Oh,
We're gonna move forward with this.
all right. A substantive stating that before any substantive filing is made in the United States District Court for the Eastern District of Louisiana or in any appellate court with jurisdiction over the Eastern District for either LaShawn Jones versus Marlon Guzman or the United States of America versus the City of New Orleans, the Department of Law shall brief the council on the city's position before the filing occurs.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Members, all this establishes is a clear expectation that the council, though, as I often have to repeat, has no direct jurisdiction or authority over when filings are done, that at the very least, the law department is required to brief us on what they'll be filing on the city's behalf, so that we can be made aware of it rather than reading said filings after the fact. Is there any comments?
Mr. President, I just want to add, sort of in light of the conversation we had here about the pension issues, that this seems timely because the 2 consent decrees cost us so much money. So it's about as much notice as possible to the public as it is to us, so that way we can explain about the money and where it's going to.
Well, and to your point, Councilman Druso, we know that, well, we now know that the city is in pre-trial consideration for multiple suits against emperors, as well as a new suit now that we're in violation of a department being partially dissolved. And as stated previously by Mr. Huxon, and as I predicted in our last meeting, that suing emperors in frivolous lawsuits is more than likely to have us lose and have less options. And it is very frustrating that when the law department and the administration file frivolous lawsuits and lose, the group left holding the bag to fund those lawsuits is in fact the New Orleans City Council. So it is frustrating that when deciding to make tactical decisions that put the city's bottom line at risk, we are not involved in those conversations, yet we're expected to make $1 out of 25 cents when the bad outcome happens. So it is frustrating. I think that probably there should be work on the council's behalf to have a more far-reaching motion regarding substantive filings that could affect the budget of the city of New Orleans, because it would have been nice, as we were briefed on the Emperor's new lawsuit, if we knew that they were in pre-trial on 2 other lawsuits from Emperor. So with that, I will move that we approve motion.
Councilmember, before you do that, I'm sorry.
Yep.
We needed to add Councilmember Jerusalem.
Oh, I'm sorry. Is anyone like to be added? Okay, I'll add Councilmember Harris and Councilmember Green and Councilmember Moreno. All right, so with that, with all the council members on the dais added, I will move to approve motion 23-16-4, seconded by Councilmember Moreno. Please vote. Well, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? It's passed unanimously.
We're now at the top of page 54. We have motion M 23-320 by Councilmember King by request, adding Councilmember Green. adding the president of the council as a signatory to the loan agreement, and 3 accessory agreements between the city of New Orleans and St. Bernard Circle Apartments LLC, and authorizing the president of the council to sign loan agreement and the 3 accessory agreements between the city of New Orleans and St. Bernard Circle Apartments LLC, which shall be in a form that substantially conforms with the loan agreement and the 3 accessory agreements, Exhibit A.
Yet again, the city of New Orleans and the agency involving the city of New Orleans is involved with a project that would create affordable units in our city. Many times we don't get the attention in terms of the involvement that we have as a city and through NORA and other agencies, but here's yet another tangible example of the fact that affordability is being created, in this case, for 32 units for a period of 35 years. We have a representative here today from St. Bernard LLC, but I'll read you the summary if you have any questions. The St. Bernard Circle LLC applied for 2020 rental housing in response to a NOFA, Notice of Funding Availability. They were competitively selected and awarded $6 million of federal home and GO bond financing to construct a 51-unit apartment complex on property, again, involving the city and its agencies, NORA-owned property at 1431 St. Bernard Avenue. This loan and the associated regulatory agreement will guarantee the continued affordability of 32 units for a period of 35 years. The project is expected to complete work by the end of next year, 2024. The contract is urgent due to the impending expiration of grant funds assigned to this project by other entities. And I just emphasize again, the involvement of the city of New Orleans in promoting affordability of units. Sometimes it goes below the radar. May I entertain a second to approve motion M 23-320? Oh, we have a card. Mr. Burnside. Affordable units.
So following the lead of my teacher, Councilman Green, I'll say positive things and then I'll say something that maybe not quite so positive. Affordable units are good. 32 units is good. 35 years, yeah, medium, but not bad. So the information given to us vocally was valuable. Was glad to have it and happy to hear it. Sadly, none of it's in print. Literally none of it. There's nothing about affordable house. There's nothing about 32 units. There's nothing about 35 years. So we're back to my being lazy. I am not willing to read all the motions that come before here. So if these little blurbs could have a little more information in them, I might be able to more positively make comments about good things that are happening in our city with the help of our city, that our city is making help happen. But when certain information is not there, it's very, very difficult. Thank you.
Okay. Does anyone have any comments or questions for the representative of St. Bernard Circle LLC? There being none, are there any online comments? I only had that one comment card. Thank you, Mr. Burnside.
Councilmember, we need a quorum. Yeah. Okay.
All right.
All right.
Seconded by Councilmember Morrell. All in favor?
It was seconded by Councilmember Jerusalem.
Okay,
All right.
we'll take that. All right, thank you very much. Properly seconded by Councilmember Jerusalem. All in favor, please signify so by saying aye. All opposed? We appreciate the investor. We appreciate their investment. We appreciate the fact that an agreement was made available that 32 units of affordable housing will be available to our community for 35 years. It's a win-win situation. Thank you.
Councilmember Thomas.
Why don't we temporarily pass over and go to the next items?
All
Come
right.
back when he comes out.
We're on page 55. We have motion M 23-325 by Councilmember Morrell, adding the president of the council as a signatory to cooperative endeavor agreement between the city of New Orleans and New Orleans Community Support Foundation, and authorizing and directing the president of the council to execute the cooperative endeavor agreement between the city of New Orleans and the New Orleans Community Support Foundation, Exhibit A.
All right. I will move. Can I get a second? Seconded by Council Vice President Moreno. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, hearing none, that's reported favorably. Councilmember Thomas, you have two?
Yeah.
But could I please just finish this page and then go to
Yep,
his?
that's fine, okay.
We have resolution R 23-331 by Councilmember Morrell. A resolution in support of Louisiana Revised Statute 9/2717 regarding limitations to non-disclosure agreements for public policy reasons.
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. So many of you are probably asking, why is the council expressing support for a piece of legislation that I passed a couple of years back? For many of you who don't know, years ago in the legislature, in the wake of the Larry Nassar abuse case with the gymnasts, with the National Gym Association, where several women were abused, it came out that there were NDAs that were signed at that time to prevent those individuals from coming forth with their abuse accusations. The reason why today you have before you kind of a reminder to the city that this state statute that governs NDAs exists is actually very straightforward. My office has been in communication with several employees who are party to NDAs that the city has with certain employees. And they have expressed frustration that those NDAs are often utilized to stifle their ability to communicate and report anything that they're seeing happening in the city. And I think it's important to kind of, when you talk about an NDA, NDAs are typically used when you are dealing with proprietary information, confidential information, to make sure that individuals who have access to it do not share that information. In the state of Louisiana, we established very clearly that when you have a signed NDA, it is not binding in regards to reporting behavior or wrongdoing. Specifically, the state law prohibits any NDA that is used to try and restrict whistleblowing or duty to report unsavory activity. So this is really an effort to give assurances to people who are in local government that if you are party to a non-disclosure agreement, but you have information that this council, the inspector general, or any other law enforcement agency should be made aware of, that NDA you have signed is not binding. It is not binding. It cannot prohibit you from doing those reports. It cannot prohibit you from speaking to council members, to Inspector General Ed Michelle, or to any other party. So I know it seems like an odd resolution, but as this issue has come up with several times at my office with people who've reached out to me, I thought it was important to give them the cover to know that this council has your back. If you have information that you need to get out there that shows something untoward is happening, the state law does in fact protect you from bringing that information forward. Sorry, Council Vice President Moreno.
Well, I just wanted to thank you for for bringing this forward. You know, I just wonder why the city of New Orleans as a public government body would actually have anybody sign an NDA just for working for the city of New Orleans. I mean, obviously, we know that there are certain communications that may be privileged if it has to do with a particular lawsuit and things like that. But as far as, you know, to be employed and to have to sign an NDA, I mean, I actually would like more information as to why they're making individuals sign an NDA and how many employees working for the city have had to sign one. So I thank you for bringing this forward. I think this is really important, but we may actually want to request some additional information around this particular issue, because I do think it is significant. And I think you are right. I think it's actually a little bit of an intimidation factor to prevent employees from trying to let us know, or anyone else know, that something potentially could be wrong within their department. So
I don't disagree. I mean, there are limited instances in which an NDA is appropriate. If somebody is processing paychecks, for example, or has access to your social security number, or things that are not deemed to be something that, in those limited instances, an NDA would be appropriate. But I do agree with you. Now that I've become aware of the fact that there are NDAs amongst departments, I do think it's appropriate, and the public should be aware of how often NDAs are used, if there's a proliferation of NDAs, and in the limited instances in which an NDA is required, It needs to be something a forward-facing public policy with the justification of why. Generally speaking, and we saw this with former President Trump, when he tried to get everyone in the White House to sign an NDA, public employees, by virtue of being public employees, have a higher duty to report when something untoward happens. And so if NDAs are used, first off, I think it's important for the city attorney to perhaps disclose to us how many NDAs are being signed by public employees and to provide further clarification on why the NDA was necessary. Further, if supervisors are telling people that you can't talk or you can't do things because of the NDA, and they are interpreting the NDA more expansively than the way it's written, that is, to your correctly correct, Council Vice President, that is public intimidation. It's an attempt to try and curtail employees from reporting wrongdoing, and it's something that really should be addressed. So I agree. I think the next step after doing this might be to send a letter to the city attorney to say, how many departments have NDAs? Are they widespread? And to give us a justification when an NDA is signed, what is the limited capacity in which it's utilized? And is that being communicated to the employees you're talking to? Because like I said, I think that it is not uncommon in corporations and government with people who are handling your social security number to sign an NDA. That way there's some culpability if they leak it, but that should be a rare occurrence and it should not be widespread. With that, are there any other questions or comments? Hearing none, I will move forward with resolution 23-331, seconded by Council Vice President Moreno. All in favor, say aye. Any opposed? Hearing none, it's reported favorably.
Okay, we're gonna go to page 54. I'll come back to the last one on that page. We have resolution R 23-321 by Councilmember Thomas, a resolution calling an election in the Eastover Neighborhood Improvement and Security District for Saturday, November 18th, 2023.
Move adoption. Security District. Second by Councilmember Jeruso. All in favor? Ayes have it, so ordered.
At the bottom of the page, motion M 23-324 by Councilmember Thomas by request, adding the president of the council as a signatory to the amendment number 2 to the contract between the city of New Orleans and Materials Management Group, Inc., and authorizing the president of the council to sign the amendment number 2 to the contract between the city of New Orleans and Materials Management Group, Inc., Exhibit A.
Council President as a signatory to the contract and any amendments therein. Move adoption. Second by Councilmember Jeruso. All in favor? Ayes have it, so ordered.
At the bottom of page 55, resolution R 23-341 by Councilmember Green, a resolution calling the election in the Lake Terrace Crime Prevention District for Saturday, November 18th, 2023.
This resolution is simply necessary so that state-approved amendments to the Lake Terrace Crime Prevention District statute can appear on the November 18th ballot for vote by Lake Terrace residents. There is already an existing crime prevention district. They wish to make amendments to those agreements, and it will be going before voters again on November the 18th. Looking forward to a robust turnout in the Lake Terrace crime community. So may I have a second? Councilman Jeruso, will you second? All righty. Seconded on resolution number 23-341. Members, all in favor? Aye. No opposition. Thank you. Looking forward to the November 18th vote and the turnout.
On top of page 56, we have resolution R 23-342 by council members Moreno, Morel, Jeruso, Harris, and King. A resolution urging the Louisiana Legislative Auditor and the Louisiana Tax Commission to review the Orleans Parish Assessor's Office 2023 quadrennial assessment to determine if the assessor violated any LTC policy or Louisiana state laws, particularly urging the inspection of whether the assessor engaged in the LTC prohibited practice of sale chasing.
All right, thank you, Madam Clerk. As we all know, every single member of the city council has received countless emails and phone calls about the recent property tax assessments. People calling us, telling us, that Some have even gone up more than 100%, wondering how they're even going to be able to remain in their homes due to these incredibly high assessments that they cannot figure out. And in taking a look in a lot of these different assessments, and I actually can't seem to figure it out. And when we had the assessor before us the other day, he said that his office assessed his home and that he said his office got his own home assessment wrong. So what does that say really for the rest of us? To me, that's very concerning. So because of that, I do believe it is important for actually two outside agencies to take a look at this quadrennial assessment. I'm asking for the Louisiana Tax Commission to review the quadrennial assessment along with the legislative auditor to ensure that everything was done on a timely basis and that everything was done legally and followed all applicable Louisiana Tax Commission policies. So that's what this does. Any questions?
Yes, I'd like to make a comment. I do want to clarify one thing. I don't think that the assessor said that his office did his assessment. I think that he said an outside entity did his assessment. He said that he disagreed with it, but it wasn't done internally. And I remember that well because I wanted to say to him, thank you for clarifying that, because people think he does his own assessment. So just for the record, and if I'm wrong, somebody can prove.
I'm going to correct you right now, actually. So I asked that very question to the Louisiana Tax Commission and received an answer because I was like, well, who's assessing his property, right? And this is from Lawrence Shahardy, who is the head of the Louisiana Tax Commission. The assessor values his own property. The Constitution says the assessor values all property in his or her jurisdiction.
Right. Okay, now, I do want to make it clear, I wasn't challenging you. But
I know that.
that's what
I
he
just
said.
wanted to
That's what
clarify.
he said, so I just want the public to know then that you've gotten information that is different from that. This is also just an opportunity, and we'll vote on it. It's an opportunity for me to remind the members of the public beyond this. There's no better time to do it. I want to encourage you to recognize that the city council has said that we will not roll forward relative to our millages, that we appreciate the fact that those assessments can put people in a bad position. I want to encourage the public to work with those other agencies, the school board, the RTA, the Lakefront Management Authorities, and others to address them as you address us, to have them to do the same thing that we did. That's all.
Thank you, Councilmember Green. Ms. Ford, if you want to come on up, and then followed by Michael Burnside.
This is 58.
Good afternoon, council members. I want to say that I appreciate this effort to approach the work that the assessor is doing, because I have great concern about that. We are losing home ownership in this community faster than I've ever seen anything in my life. And finally, we have a council who is willing to hear the pleas of the people that, look, these taxes are causing us to lose our properties. Our constitutional right to own land is being stolen from us right in front of our own eyes. And we need some oversight here. So we need something to be done to stop this bleeding that's happening in our community. We are losing our properties hand over fist. And look, also, while we're talking about losing our properties in the assessor's office, the finance department right down the hall from here is the worst place I've ever seen. They are so disrespectful and rude to the citizenry, especially to our elders. It's disgusting. And so in line with getting the assessor right, please have some oversight down here, right down the hallway from here. Are the thousands of people coming through here and being funneled to that department and being mistreated and wrongfully treated, including myself. Because when I come in here, they don't know, I will come and tell y'all. I can't go to finance anymore unless I have a council person to come with me over there. I'm not going there anymore. And the process from finding somebody's property to the auction over here in civil court is a fast moving train. We got to get some control over that, council. And I appreciate you guys being here, because your predecessors didn't have a voice to hear that. They didn't have an ear to hear that. They didn't have an ear to hear our voices, to the suffering that was coming from the assessor's office. So yeah, it needs some oversight. It needs some oversight. There needs some inclusivity from this council in that assessor's office, because it's killing the folks who voted for you to put you in here.
Thank you, Ms. Ford. Mr. Burnside, did you have a comment on this or the next item? Or both? Come on in.
Comment now, comment later, but you may be dead, so might as well get it out of the way while you can. Michael Eric Burnside, 2215 Felicity. I, like Councilperson Green, apparently didn't fully understand what was transpiring with the assessor here at the committee. I believe the assessor had said once only and did not correct you, that his personal property was assessed by the actual Louisiana Tax Commission and not actually by himself. I thought that's what he said. And I also thought that's what I read many years ago in one of the BGR reports. But again, I can be wrong, and apparently I am. So in regards to why I came up anyway to talk about this, I don't think the problem really is inflation. I don't think the problem really is the assessor, and I don't think the problem is really the city council. I think the problem is in the law embedded where it says fair market value. If you are always going to assess all properties in a parish at fair market value, there are people in your parish who are currently property owners who would not be able to buy the house at fair market value that they currently live in. And if the current God help me, current kidney, the current person who lives in the house could not possibly afford it now, then they are in an economically disadvantaged position where people with money can come and buy them out. So this happened in San Francisco, where the Black community, which moved there late in World War II to work in the Kaiser shipyards during World War II, settled in Bayview Hunters Point, and there were a large number of Black human beings who owned property there. But when Grandma died, the family just sold out to the Chinese, because the Chinese would offer them twice what they thought it was worth and 10 times what Grandma had paid for it, and they all moved over to Oakland. So money talks in this fair market value, and all other societal values take second place. So as we're going to keep worshiping on the altar of fair market value, we're going to keep sacrificing people on it. So there needs to be other ways to value property. Now, you could do all kinds of different things, but you'd have to enforce them, and that's a problem in this city. But you could do a fixed value. You know, this house has this value, and when you sell it, that's the value you sell it in. And in exchange for that, you get taxed at that. You could do something else, which is put a lien on the property. You could tax it however you want, but not charge the current owner, wait till it sells. If a person's really willing to pay 2 or 3 times what most human beings think it's worth, then they can cover the missing taxes. People, now this is not false modesty. My brain does not work as well as it did. The people whose brain are better than mine needs to start thinking about ways to deal with property tax in a manner other than fair market value, because as long as fair market value is the catchword, the assessor is not a job I would take. And I don't see any of you really running against him.
Thank you, Mr. Burnside. Any questions online? Go ahead, Anita.
This is from Andronika Morris. She says, we ask that the council truly leverage your power as the board of review to kick back the property assessments if you truly believe they are unsubstantiated. Last time an audit was conducted, very little changed, and the fact that this resolution is being introduced shows that the council does not believe that the quadrennial assessment was conducted in good faith. It is not a stretch to assume that rising property assessments will inevitably lead to rising property taxes. So whatever can be proactively done to alleviate this additional housing cost burden would be greatly appreciated by the residents of New Orleans. And that's it for the online comments.
All right, thank you. Any further comments? Go ahead. Mr.
Yes,
Green.
it's okay to be redundant in this issue. I just want to emphasize that the assessors' increases do not necessarily have to result in increased taxes. There are agencies that are taxing authorities that are incorporated that do resolutions such as the council is going to do that can roll back the millage. I just want to emphasize that because I think that was forgotten 4 years ago, and there were some groups to whom no one visited their meetings to ask that there be a halt on rolling forward. You can go to any of the boards of those agencies, just as you can come to the city council, the school board, the RTA, the Board of Liquidation, city debt, whoever else I forgot, the Lakefront Management Authority. Those who are advocates for keeping taxes in check should please start with the fact that the assessment does not result necessarily in an increase in taxes. And this city council has taken the proactive and courageous step to encourage other taxing authorities to roll back, to hold the taxes in line for our citizens when we are looking at increased cost of insurance and increased cost of expenditures, inflation and other matters. So I want to thank the council for what it's done. But for those who are watching and those who are here, attend other meetings or send letters and ask for the same thing that the city council has pledged itself to do. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Green. All right, seeing no more questions or comments, I move adoption.
Second.
Seconded by Councilmember Green. Seeing no opposition, it is 6-0.
At the bottom of the page, Resolution R 23-343 by Council Members Moreno, Morel, Jeruso, Harris, King, Green, and Thomas. A resolution urging the New Orleans Police Department, the City of New Orleans Finance Department, and its Retirement Division, and the Chief Administrative Office to work collaboratively to determine the number of NOPD civilian and administrative employees that are currently members of the New Orleans Municipal Employees Retirement System, NOMR. The feasibility of moving said employee to the Municipal Police Employees Retirement System with respect to the numbers of years required for retirement eligibility and length of deferred retirement option plans drop. The portability of current benefits, any impacts to eligibility for Social Security benefits, potential adverse impacts, and exodus of contributing members of NOMAs would have upon funding ratio of NOMAs. Would an increased NOMAs contribution rate for the city be more or less than the cost of the partial dissolution payments? Any additional financial implications or penalties to both the City of New Orleans and employee retirement account holdings and a timeline for implementation?
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Members, we're all very familiar with this issue now. We had to catch up quickly on what's happening with EMPERS and the payments that we owe to this particular retirement system due to the major reduction in NOPD officers. This council, though, is very much about trying to figure out solutions. And one of the solutions to potentially eliminating this entire $38 million payment that we owe is to allow for the civilian NOPD employees, those that have administrative roles or those who are the new civilian investigators, to be part of the EMPERS retirement system instead of NOMERS. And so this particular resolution asks the Finance Department to examine this particular option. EMPERS wants to work with us on this particular matter and to ensure, of course, that if we do transfer anyone from the NOMERS system to the EMPERS system, that everyone would be made whole in that process as well. So that's what this resolution does. Happy to take any questions or comments. Seeing none, I'll move adoption. Seconded by, I think, everybody. Oh, I'm sorry, Mr. Burnside, come on up. I'm sorry, come on. I should have just known, you know? Come on.
Some things are known, some things are not.
Right.
So information is kind of important. And if information is not available in the short term because there's an emergency, then trust is a wonderful thing. But trust is buttressed over time by sort of backfilling with information. So it's not that I'm against anything you're doing right now, but it would be sort of nice to know, like online, like there should be a web page that you can go read, like what actually is NOMERS, what actually is EMPERS, what is the actual difference for the people in these actual retirement plans? Why do we have two different ones? Why is one better than the other? Do we have 12 more that we don't know? Do we have one for the firemen? Do we have one for the EMS? Do we have one for the sanitation guys? Are some people not included until they put in 5 years? Are some people not included until they put in 12 years? Are some people included from the day they sign on? You know, if we're going to spend $38 million in a city that says it has an affordable housing crisis, then people who want to build affordable housing sort of have this magic problem, like some pigs are more equal than other pigs. And we'd sort of like to know why. You know, I collect a retirement check. I'm part of CalPERS. right? And California teachers retirement system. Retirement's a big deal for a lot of people. But at the same time, we have all these different systems. And I don't know the history of New Orleans well enough, but I'm told that the fire people had a pension problem in living memory that was actually a bigger deal than this one. So who's making decisions? Are they public decisions? And why are we, I mean, you talk about getting stuck with a bag. I mean, the FTE cost for a fireman's $200,000 each. That's the FTE. That's not their salary. That's just, you take this number of people, you divide it into the personnel budget. I mean, it's going somewhere.
Thank you, Mr. Burnside. All right, seeing no further comments, I move adoption. Seconded by Council President Morrell. All in favor? Aye. 5 yeas, no nays, Madam Clerk.
On top of page 57, motion M23-347 by council members Harris, King, and Green, identifying the wards precincts that shall be returned to their original polling locations following the completion of a construction project, and such locations shall be the official polling places for the precincts within Parish of Orleans for future elections, including the upcoming October 14, 2023 gubernatorial primary election.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. This motion changes polling places in districts B, C, and D in time for the October 14th primary election. In B, we are updating the precise location on Newman's campus to reflect what's already in practice. And I'm very excited to tell everyone that we're returning a polling place back to Gust Homes as the residents have requested. Are there any online comment, public comment? All right, do we have enough people? Yeah, we're good. Okay, I'll move. Seconded by Council President. All in favor?
Aye.
All right, thank you.
Move to ordinances on first reading. Aye. None opposed. We're on first reading.
Ordinances on first reading. Calendar ordinance number 34,309 by Councilmember Morrell. An ordinance to amend and reordain section 2-930 of the Code of the City of New Orleans to provide relative to residential occupancy of city-owned property by city employees and elected officials, and otherwise to provide with respect thereto. Calendar ordinance number 34,310 by Councilmember Jeruso by request. An ordinance authorizing the mayor of the City of New Orleans to enter into a cooperative endeavor agreement, CEA, between the City of New Orleans, the city, and Human Louisiana Medicaid Humana for a term greater than 1 year for the public purpose of providing medical, dental, and mental health services to Humana patients in the City of New Orleans, as more fully detailed in the CAA form attached here to as Exhibit A, and otherwise to provide with respect thereto. Calendar ordinance number 34,311 by Councilmember Harris. An ordinance to affect a zoning change from an HURM1 historic urban multipurpose family residential district to an HUB1A historic urban neighborhood business district on square 264, lots 2, 3, and 4 in the 4th Municipal District, bounded by Jackson Avenue, Baron Street, Brainerd Street, and Phillip Street. The municipal address is R 1758 through 1760 Jackson Avenue, and 2200 through 2212 Baron Street, and otherwise to provide with respect thereto. Zoning docket number 1923. Calendar ordinance number 34,312 by Councilmember Jeruso. An ordinance to establish a conditional use to permit a car wash in an MU1 medium intensity mixed use district and an HUC historic urban corridor use restriction overlay district on square 262, lots 11, 12, 13, 14, 18, 19, 20, 21A, 21B, 22A, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, and 28 in the 1st Municipal District, bounded by South Carrollton Avenue, Tulane Avenue, Eola Street, South Pierce Street. The municipal addresses are 4118 through 4132 South Carrollton Avenue, 4036 through 4052 Eola Street, and 4041 through 4051 Tulane Avenue, and otherwise to provide with respect thereto. Zoning doc number 4023. Ordinance calendar number 34,313 by council members Morel, Moreno, and Jeruso by request. An ordinance to approve subleases and other agreements by public benefit corporations of the city of New Orleans for use of immovable property where the total rent and other consideration payable under such agreements is 1 million or less, and where the term of such agreements, including all renewal terms and amendments, is less than 1 year, including without limitation month-to-month leasing arrangements, and where such agreements are otherwise compliant with applicable law without the necessity of further council approval for each such agreement, and otherwise to provide with respect thereto. Ordinance calendar number 34,314 by council member Moreno by request. An ordinance to amend and reordain section 146-599 of the Code of the City of New Orleans relative to permit standards and fees for parklet permits to set the date for the fee waiver for the right-of-way usage fees associated with parklet permits to reflect the anticipated start date for the parklet permitting program, and otherwise to provide with respect thereto. Ordinance calendar number 34,315 by councilmember Jeruso by request. An ordinance to authorize the city of New Orleans to enter into a lease agreement with KCT Tulane LLC for the 4 parcels of ground in the first municipal district of the city of New Orleans, bounded by Tulane Avenue and Interstate 10 across from 4201 Tulane Avenue. To fix the annual rent in terms of said lease, to declare that such property to be leased is not needed for public purposes during the lease term, and otherwise to provide with respect thereto. Ordinance calendar number 34,316 by councilmember King by request. An ordinance to authorize the mayor of the city of New Orleans to enter into a renewal of the current lease agreement with Coffee and Concierge LTD pertaining to a portion of ground and improvements located within square 38 of the second municipal district, which is an undesignated portion of Lot 11 that bears the municipal address 334B Royal Street, New Orleans, Louisiana, is more fully identified in the attached Exhibit A plat map, to declare that such use is granted and the lease agreement will incorporate space that is not needed for public purposes, to set forth the reasons for the renewal of said lease agreement, to fix the minimum price and terms of said lease agreement, and otherwise provide with respect thereto. Ordinance calendar number 34,317 by council members Jeruso, Moreno, Morel, Thomas, Green, and Harris. An ordinance requiring Department of Finance through the Bureau of Purchasing of City of New Orleans City to increase the minimum amount of goods and other movable property able to be procured within a competitive selection process from $1,000 to $10,000, and otherwise to provide with respect thereto. Ordinance calendar number 34,318 by council members Jeruso, Moreno, King, Thomas, Green, Harris, and Morel. An ordinance requiring the Department of Public Works to create and maintain a public facing dashboard and otherwise to provide with respect thereto. Ordinance calendar number 34,319 by councilmember Thomas West. An ordinance authorizing the mayor of the city of New Orleans to enter into a cooperative endeavor agreement between the city of New Orleans, the city, and PBP LLC for a term greater than 1 year for the public purpose of increasing positive public perception of New Orleans Police Department, the NOPD, and New Orleans Emergency Medical Services, the NOEMS personnel, and community cooperation with NOPD and NOEMS in the city of New Orleans is more fully detailed in the cooperative endeavor agreement CEA form attached here to as Exhibit A, and otherwise to provide with respect thereto. Ordinance calendar number 34,320 by council members Jeruso, Moreno, Green, and Thomas by request. An ordinance to amend ordinance number 29,266 MCS as amended, entitled an ordinance providing an operating budget of expenditures for the city of New Orleans for the year 2023 to transfer grant funds from other operating 200 to personal services 100 within the Office of Homeland Security and Emergency Preparedness and otherwise to provide with respect thereto. Ordinance calendar number 34,321 by council members Jeruso, Moreno, Green, and Thomas by request. An ordinance to amend ordinance number 29,265 MCS as amended entitled, an ordinance providing an operating budget of revenues for the city of New Orleans for the year 2023 to appropriate State Act 170 funds awarded to the Office of the Mayor for initiatives to support strategic economic development plans and beautification projects in the various communities and otherwise to provide with respect thereto. Ordinance calendar number 34,322 by council members Jeruso, Moreno, Green, and Thomas by request. An ordinance to amend ordinance number 29,266 MCS as amended, entitled an ordinance providing an operating budget of expenditures for the city of New Orleans for the year 2023 to appropriate State Act 170 funds awarded to the Office of the Mayor for initiatives to support strategic economic development plans and beautification projects in various communities and otherwise to provide with respect thereto. Ordinance calendar number 34,323 by council members Jeruso, Moreno, Green, and Thomas by request. An ordinance to amend ordinance number 29,265 MCS as amended, entitled an ordinance providing an operating budget of revenues for the city of New Orleans for the year 2023 to appropriate FEMA grant funds to the Office of Homeland Security for the Flood Mitigation Assistance SWIFT program and otherwise to provide with respect thereto. Ordinance calendar number 34,324 by council members Jeruso, Moreno, Green, and Thomas by request. An ordinance to amend ordinance number 29,266 MCS as amended, entitled an ordinance providing an operating budget of expenditures for the city of New Orleans for the year 2023 to appropriate FEMA grant funds to the Office of Homeland Security for the Flood Mitigation Assistance SWIFT program and otherwise to provide with respect thereto. Ordinance calendar number 34,325 by council members Jeruso, Moreno, Green, and Thomas by request. An ordinance to amend ordinance number 29,265 MCS as amended, entitled an ordinance providing an operating budget of revenues for the city of New Orleans for the year 2023 to appropriate reimbursement funds from Downtown Development District to the Office of Community Development for the Code Enforcement Unit and otherwise to provide with respect thereto. Ordinance calendar number 34,326 by council members Jeruso, Moreno, Green, and Thomas by request. An ordinance to amend ordinance number 29,226 MCS as amended, entitled an ordinance providing an operating budget of expenditures for the city of New Orleans for the year 2023 to appropriate reimbursement funds from Downtown Development District to the Office of Community Development for the Code Enforcement Unit and otherwise to provide with respect thereto. Ordinance calendar number 34,327 by council members Jeruso, Moreno, Green, and Thomas by request. An ordinance to amend ordinance number 29,265 MCS as amended, entitled an ordinance providing an operating budget of revenues for the city of New Orleans for the year 2023 to appropriate FEMA grant funds to the Office of Homeland Security for flood mitigation assistance in Orleans Parish and otherwise to provide with respect thereto. Ordinance calendar number 34,328 by council members Jeruso, Moreno, Green, and Thomas by request. An ordinance to amend ordinance number 29,266 MCS as amended, entitled an ordinance providing an operating budget of expenditures for the city of New Orleans for the year 2023 to appropriate FEMA grant funds to the Office of Homeland Security for flood mitigation assistance and otherwise to provide with respect thereto. Ordinance calendar number 34,329 by council members Jeruso, Moreno, Green, and Thomas by request. An ordinance to amend ordinance number 29,265 MCS as amended, entitled an ordinance providing an operating budget of revenues for the city of New Orleans for the year 2023 to appropriate funds awarded by the Federal Communications Commission to the Office of Resilience and Sustainability for the New Orleans Broadband Outreach and Equity Program and otherwise to provide with respect thereto. Ordinance calendar number 34,330 by council members Jeruso, Moreno, Green, and Thomas by request. An ordinance to amend ordinance number 29,266 MCS as amended, entitled an ordinance providing an operating budget of expenditures for the city of New Orleans for the year 2023 to appropriate funds awarded by the Federal Communications Commission to the Office of Resilience and Sustainability for the New Orleans Broadband Outreach and Equity Program, and otherwise to provide with respect thereto. Ordinance calendar number 34,331 by King. An ordinance to temporarily waive certain fees, permit fees, and requirements within and around Deval Park located at 1500 Test Street, New Orleans, Louisiana, in conjunction with the second annual LB Landry Alumni Cookout event on Saturday, July 29, 2023, from 7:30 a.m. to 5 p.m. to specify the duration and boundaries of said waiver and otherwise to provide with respect thereto. Ordinance calendar number 34,332 by Councilmember King. An ordinance to amend section 150-953 of the Code of the City of New Orleans to establish a probationary occupational license and otherwise to provide with respect thereto. Ordinance calendar number 34,333 by Councilmember Harris. An ordinance to temporarily waive certain fees, permit fees, and requirements within and around A.L. Davis Playground located at 2600 LaSalle Street, New Orleans, Louisiana, in conjunction with the Love Covers a Multitude of Sins Back to School giveaway on Saturday, August 5th, 2023, from 11 a.m. to 2 p.m., and otherwise to provide with respect thereto. Ordinance calendar number 34,334 by council members Morel, Moreno, Jeruso, King, and Thomas. An ordinance to establish the Public Educational and Government Access Support Fund as Division 53 of Article 3 in Section 70 of the Code of the City of New Orleans to ordain Sections 70-415.333 through 70-415.337 of the Code of the City of New Orleans within said division and otherwise to provide with respect thereto. Ordinance calendar number 34,335 by Councilmember King by request. An ordinance authorizing the mayor of the City of New Orleans to enter into a cooperative endeavor agreement, CEA, between the City of New Orleans, the city, and the Ashner Clinic Foundation, Ashner, for a term greater than 1 year for the public purpose of improving care to sick and injured persons in New Orleans while providing access to a medical and clinical education program for Ashland medical residents, as more fully detailed in the CAA form attached here to as Exhibit A, and otherwise to provide with respect thereto. Ordinance calendar number 34,336 by Councilmember Green. An ordinance to temporarily waive certain fees, permit fees, and requirements within and around 3250 Industry, New Orleans, Louisiana, 70126, in conjunction with the International Christian Business Foundation on July 28, 2023 at 10 a.m. through 12 p.m. and 1 p.m. and 3 p.m. to specify the duration and boundaries of said waiver and to provide otherwise with respect thereto. This concludes the ordinances on first reading.
Councilmember Green,
Motion to adjourn.
seconded by Councilmember Thomas.
My exciting motion.
All in favor? Aye.
Aye.